Nah, he'd just gotten there just as I got there at the same. We got there at the same time. But questionable play. Yeah, he tried the knife. He had the bang. He had the nose and bayonet. Not a bad option. How you been, buddy? Snake, have you been playing much Hunt lately? Where to now? Still water, I guess. Some. He tagged me once, and I don't know why he didn't initially go for the push. After he initially tagged me. Oh, you finished the event? Cool. Yeah, I'll finish it soon now. So. Oh, yep, yep. Yeah, I've finished. As you can see, I'm not really bothering to go for him. I'll just shoot him now. If I see him, I just shoot him.
Same.
You're not going to be bothered. Of course, the queen's up there. Same? Yeah. I can't be bothered getting stabbed and poisoned. Yeah, exactly right. Just for what? For woo! Big dynamite bundle. Not bad. Look at this for a suicidal. Chapel I'm not a huge fan of. Out of curiosity, yeah? Yeah, buddy. Why can I hear fucking... There's a crunch. There's a few, man. There's a few. I wouldn't be able to tell you how much. But there's a few Aussie streamers out there. So... If you played Bounty Hunt at the right times, the servers are full. So... Yeah. There's enough out there. I don't know how much though. But quick plays seemingly always dead. Which sucks.
So it should be...
Very rarely do you get full quick play games. Yeah, I think the Aussies tend to play duos.
I think so.
More than one person this time. You get a lot of solos in Bounty Hunt too. I don't want to go down there to the Mosin. It's such a shit compounded offend from up top. You're not a fan of duos?
Mm.
Yeah, if anything, I prefer duos. I can't even anyway play duos for 3,000 hours. It is intense. Mostly solos now. I'm starting to play a lot more solos. And I'm starting to enjoy it. Because the good thing is, you're right. You're your own boss. You can do whatever you want. You don't have to say, oh, watch the birds, or, you know, if you want to set them off, you set them off. If you don't want to set them off, you don't set them off. You don't have to worry about any footsteps. It's good. I like solos. I think for a streamer, it works well too. Because you don't have to hear anyone in Discord. You just solely focus on your chat. And the footsteps, man, the footsteps would get me. Like, I'd hear something, so I'd stop, and you'd have someone running right next to you, and then they'd stop, and they'd wait like a second while you're still listening, and they go over Discord, oh, why are we stopped here for? Did you think you heard something? So, well, maybe, but now I can't, because you just ran next to me and talked. And then by then, you get shot in the head because someone's heard the person running. We're pushing up. They've stopped. Got a couple of dynamites here in the frag. I can okay, say hi to them when they get closer. There's AI there though, so that's good. We went around to the north to get away from the AI. He's coming slowly. He might be. He might be worried that I've got a shotty though. Can't hear him now. Hit him. Yes.
Destroyed.
GG. I'm kind of hoping that was the dude who killed me last game. Good timing for the frag though. Did he throw a firebomb or I don't know what he threw. What he threw? Blew it up though. That's always handy. Alright, this was just going to be a short stream, so I was gonna head off now anyway, and I'll be back on later tonight. Ah! Sorry.
Thanks.
Yeah. That was the last scene. He didn't talk that time. Yeah, Major Woody I've run into a lot too. He's yeah, he's not bad. He's a nice guy, I think. I feel kind of guilty every time I get him. Well, we're 1-1 now with Backstabber. He got me with a grenade. Oh, dynamite, and I got him with a grenade, so... So yeah, so thanks for stopping by. This was, as I said, just going to be a quick stream. And just testing a few things. I'm using OBS now rather than Streamlabs. So... Hello there. So yeah, I just wanted to
Hello there.
test to see if everything was working properly, and it looks like it is. But I don't think no one's live, are they? Gonna quickly raid someone. Yeah, it works. So yeah, it looks like it works. All right. Oh, you're live right now. Huncho, down.
I am.
Linky link. Damn. Why are people joining every single time I'm saying I'm just about to go? Linky link, do you want me to do one more quick play? I was just about to finish up. This was only a short test stream. But if you want I can run one more quick play. You're live, Snake. What are you doing watching me if you're live? Oh, there you go. I can hear you on my stream, but what are you playing anyway? Alright, I'll do one more. See if I can get Major Woody again. I've lost track of the score now. Got a second monitor, multitasking. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. I've heard that game. Sorry about the coughing, by the way. Yeah, I'm sick at the moment, and if you hear my partner coughing in the background, she's also sick as well, so... Playing with your mate tonight. Who did I play with when you were watching me? Can you remember their name? Well, I play with a few different people. Yeah, it is. Yeah, you are from Kimbo, aren't you? Corgo? Corgo? No, you're from Kimbo, aren't you? He's from Kimbo. I'm pretty sure. I don't know, so would you? Yeah. Yeah, you're from Kimbo. Kimbo Jimbo? Wombo Jumbo? Then we have to deal with the long fucking queue times or something. Oceania again. Yeah. Oh. Well, tell that to Corgo.
Hey, what's up,
Corbo,
guys? It's
Corgo.
Strategies Destiny. And
Corbo,
what it does
Corgo.
gives your
I wanna say that.
outpost more health, and it gives you, like as shown here, more empire points. So let us just
I'll send
compare
it to
here.
him now.
Outpost. These defensive bears 1100. It is. Alright, so as you can see, all it really does is that
I just
all
spelled
you
it again.
get is
Corbo.
it's actually pretty good. It
Corgo.
tripled the defensive barriers. Yeah, I think it was, and now it's
See what he had to
4,000
say
health.
for himself.
Yeah, so overall, it's just
I'll
a
call
lot
him a different
better.
name each time I find him
It'll take a
online.
lot
Yeah,
more
do that,
damage
yeah.
before it gets destroyed. Found this video helpful
Huncho
here, bottom
is
right
easy to
corner
remember,
over
I
here.
know. And you
Or-
know what? I'm not even that fond of the Huncho. It should just be Huncho. But the name was taken. So I'm like, fine, I'll make it the Huncho. That was already taken. So hence the underscore Huncho underscore. Because all the rest were taken. I don't normally have that problem any other time. Kellogg's Kelso. Rimbo. Nobody ever stole my gamer tag. Yeah, because it's like pretty good. Oh my goodness. What the fuck? AI OP. It is quite unique. AI? Yes. Turn down? Nah. Huncho if I was still anyone. Underscore. Once again, the trilogies of me being fucked over by quick play maps has started again. Have to travel upwards of the map. I'm going to end up here or something, aren't I? The only sad part about quick play being so empty as well is that you can run around dealing with AI all the time. And as you can see, I'm really good at it. Ooh, might be a med kit up there. I reckon you use an aimbot? No way. Did you see me miss all those shots then? And then just fall through that? Clearly if I was hacking I'd be better than I am now. I didn't say it was a good one. I want my money back. Medkit? Nah. Fuck off! This game, man, stop fucking me over. You watch, I'll somehow still be the first one to the wellspring. Even though someone could have gotten 2 clues at the gun. I don't want to use a med kit, but I don't know, man. I think I might have to. I'm gonna run into some dingus that has got long ammo. He's gonna one tap me in the body and go, oh, what a shot! How come I haven't heard anything? here. Oh my fucking goodness. Now I need another fucking medkit. That's the medkit which is here. Don't mind me, I'll just travel across the entirety of the map to get the wellspring. Oh no, I played against him before. Good. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's a painting on a frame. My girlfriend's sister painted it for my girlfriend. And we thought it looked good in the background of the stream, so. Doom. It is Doom. Though her sister called it Wolfenstein Guy. Really? Can't see him.
No.
Hit the back of it. That one was for you, Linky Link. Even though I ran straight through that concertina. I don't like how the AI spawn in this game. They like spawn into position. What's this? Sorry. Painted pixels, yeah, it's nice. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. They move around a lot. The best is when, lately, you see them actually teleport through walls when they do it. The Academy of Immortals sounds pretty cool to me. Okay. AI sometimes sit when you're pro, so teleport into the building. Yeah, that's what I was just saying, wasn't I? Yeah, yeah, the family really seems to embrace... Well, this one was painted for my partner. It wasn't done for me. This one was done for me as a Christmas present, so... You think that's a feature? Yeah. Yeah, sure, Link. I normally stream... Are you from Australia, by the way?
Oh my lord.
Can't remember.
S.W.Frost 1
Queensland.
said,
Yeah, okay.
"Oh my lord."
Jesus.
S.W.Frost 1 said, "Ty Marjo."
So yeah, I normally stream from about 2ish, because I'm in Victoria. So I normally stream from about 2 o'clock PM till about 5.
Beautiful
5:30ish.
Jack.
And then
Said.
I normally start back
It's
up
a Jack,
about
it's not Joe.
8.
Oh my lord.
8:39 till about 1
I would
morning.
save my research
So,
point for something else.
I do have a Discord if you want to join. Right
Yeah.
there, on the Discord, I normally post up when I go live and stuff like that. The moment I go live, I ping everyone on it. And sometimes, if I'm feeling like organised, I'll actually post up before I go live and say I'm going live later on tonight.
Beautiful Jack.
Oh my
Said,
Already? But it doesn't
"Yeah,
happen.
but it's based on the Beautiful Joe game, so I understand where you got Joe."
Yeah, because
Thank you.
my...
You're more than welcome to join the Discord as well.
I was sir.
Yeah, that's fine. All good, man. All good.
It's... My mind
Myself,
read
starting
the Beautiful Joe, you know,
Join
that's
a
the
lot of
thing.
them as well, so and yeah, so I will be back on later on, probably around about 8ish, 8:39, about 3 hours from now. Right, I hope you guys all stay safe in the meantime. If you are hunting, enjoy your hunts, and yeah, maybe see you later.
Thank you.
Bye.
Stay safe. Oh my. Okay. That was actually interesting experience. I could have bought a sniper, extra sniper, to get like a match going faster for a bit. But
Orders, sir. Come on.
no.
Tell me.
Better be good. Yeah. What? Roger that.
You want to be really aggressive with like land claiming in this game, unless you want to be eaten alive.
Just tell me what to do.
Would usually do stupid stuff like this. I would set my houses here.
Beautiful Jack said, "Aggressive is a good strategy."
Oh,
Commander?
What do you want now? Okay.
as I said, if you don't want to get eaten, you want to do it like that.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? Are you sure?
No.
What? What do you want now? Oh, here we go again. What?
And I'm a fan of like pausing the game non-stop. Because I don't wanna miss any like movement. I'm not like a Spider-Man of this game. No, 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 no. This is like the limit that you will give me, 10 wood. Thank you, game. 8, not even 10. Not even 10.
Everything okay? For the humans!
No, not even 10. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, 9. Sure. Whatever.
Beautiful Jack said, just going to cook dinner, but I'll keep your stream running. Smiley
Have a
face.
nice dinner, sir. Thanks for dropping by. Ah.
Right? Okay. Yeah.
Ready and waiting. Orders, sir. Let's go. Understood.
Attention. Building completed.
For the humans!
Roger that.
Ready and waiting. All right.
Aren't there other units to bother?
Understood.
What? You?
Attention. Building completed.
Here we go again.
Commander? For the colony!
Are you sure? Great. Okay. Aren't there other units to bother? You order, you pay.
At your service. All right. Understood. On
Attention.
your orders.
Building completed.
What? Yeah.
Food. Workers wood. Food.
Orders, sir. Come on. Understood. All right. Understood. Great idea, sir. Come on.
Okay.
Tell me. Great idea, sir. Come on. Do you need me? For the humans!
You? What? You are gonna pay me for this, right? You again.
Attention.
And you
Building
tax.
completed.
Tell me. to do.
Beautiful Jack
Great.
said,
Attention.
so you are raising money for a children's research hospital?
Well, yes and no. I have no, like, I'm not like a doctor, but I don't want like anything personal for myself. I stream only, for the benefit of streaming. And, most of the people that stream, they usually set like some kind of a goal or thing they want to do. Well, why not? That seemed like really nice thing to do. And from what I understand, that money is gonna be sent to like research for like a children's center.
Any orders?
Children illness research center, something like that.
A new task.
No.
Tell attention. That will be easy.
Beautiful Jack said, oh that's nice. Smiley face.
Well, I guess either I'm a nice guy or I'm a jerk. You decide what it is. I I don't want to like paint like a wrong picture about myself, like me being like extra good person, but like as I said, I don't want to like benefit myself, so like giving money to others that like might be in need, that seems okay.
Really? Is that all? So
Raising money for other people, yeah.
Just tell me what to do.
Okay, so no.
Beautiful Jack said, you seem nice enough. Everyone has multiple sides though, it's impossible to be 100% good I reckon.
It's like that movie called Watchers, like by the comic of was it about like a group of heroes which are like not heroes, they're like anti-heroes. It's like boys, but like in a different spin of a boys. And you have this guy called, maybe you watched it, you have this guy called Rorschach, which is your like serial killer, but he's like a serial killer of criminals, which doesn't make him a good guy. He's just like, he likes beating up bad guys.
Let's go.
He's like a Batman, but if Batman would show no mercy. Yeah, something like
Beautiful Jack said, a kind of like Dexter.
that. Yeah. Basically Dexter. So, yeah, this. I should save money for wood workshop. This is very aggressive play. I don't know if my ballista can kill the zombies that fast. But okay.
That will be easy.
Attention. Building completed.
Is everything okay?
yeah.
Orders.
Like one soldier can,
Building
it has like double the health of a archer, but the tankiness, like the damage resistance and
You are gonna pay me for this, right?
his damage goes to like 25 something, I think.
What?
And this girl, she just shoot faster, but she's like
You need me?
cannon glass. Workers, freaking workers. Okay, maybe.
Beautiful Jack said. So they kill more but die quicker once the zombies hit them.
Yeah. You need like group of 10 archers to cover each other's back, and you need 2 marines to cover each other's back. One marine to shoot targets of like high importance, and the second marine to shoot those that, you know, come close. So yeah, the marines are kind of OP in this game. And what am I doing basically now? I'm just like putting houses in front of the zombies to come and eat them. But they cannot, you know, come any closer because, well, my archers keep them at bay.
Okay, let's do this.
Attention. Building
You are gonna
complete.
pay me for this, right?
Okay, I can do this. I can put my archer like this to draw the zombies.
What do you want now?
Attention.
Beautiful Jack
Yes.
said.
And
Smart move for sure.
yeah, well, you gotta do with what you got. Look at this. This guy, no, he has he has 31 damage, and his attack speed is like 2.5, and the archer is like 1.0. It's ridiculous. Like, he just mows down the horde. Well, the problem is his machine gun kind of yeah, it magnetizes the zombies. That's the problem.
Yeah,
On your orders.
what? You again. You are gonna pay me for this, right? What?
So what am I gonna do? Is I'm gonna take my 2 marines and make them mob down the zombies.
All the way.
And god damn it. Okay. Okay, stay calm. Maybe even do this. And this.
This better be good.
And the real question is how aggressive you want to be with your land acquisition. That's a, you know, like really good question. Go. I usually would sell this after a while because it kind of stays where it is. And I would usually clear this area, nobody would come here, and I would just sell it for a wood and a gold.
Orders, sir.
And it's like a free gift at the beginning. It helps you with like area clearing.
For the colony.
Yeah, these guys are like elites. They will just like clear the area. No worries. So I need 500 gold.
Orders, sir.
I can just leave these guys here and just forget about it until, like, you know, big strong guys come, you know.
So tired. Last night was
Our
amazing.
soldiers are in trouble.
Trouble.
Beautiful Jack said.
Tell me.
Is there a reason you don't have more of those guys if they are so strong?
Because this is
Beautiful Jack
a starting.
Sorry, so many questions.
No. There is a good reason. Because the game gives you 2 or 3 rangers, depending on like your you know, upgrades, and you will get either non-soldiers or 1 or 2 soldiers, and that's it. That's like your starting thing, and you need to make soldiers center. When you make soldiers center, you can proceed, you know, to a higher tier. But my technology is kind of a low, so I would need to up my stake by building a wood research center. Yeah, I set my one marine to target nearest and the other one to target the highest threat.
Ready and waiting.
Wait a minute, guys. Yeah. So sometimes their AI would go stupid or bonkers,
Idea.
and they wouldn't attack any enemy like that's like close to them. They would just target the strongest guys, and the little guys that come close, they would like just beat them up 1 hit point by 1. It's kind of a dump, but okay, this looks good. By clicking on a middle scroll mouse button. Have you played any like old school RTS like Warcraft 3 or StarCraft?
What? Gotcha.
Units
Yes.
under attack.
Fuck off.
Beautiful Jack said, I used to play StarCraft.
A new task.
This is very similar to StarCraft, trust me.
Are you sure? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. What? Okay. Are you sure? You are gonna pay me for this, right?
So you would like take your, you know, foot soldiers and just like shuffle them around and kill like unit 1 by 1, or you would take like 10 rangers and put them in a group and take one from that group and just like run around making like a bait for the enemy. Well, you know, that works against AI, against people not so. Okay, make me stones. So 4 stones there. 4 and I guess 4. Straight up 8, thank you.
So tired. Last night was amazing.
Attention. Building completed.
What? Are you sure? You are gonna pay me for this, right? What?
The train has arrived at the station.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? Let me put an arrow in his head. What? Yes.
Okay, good. Where do we go now? Where do we go? That doesn't help the color of vegetation. Trying to see where you need to expand your base with this like lightning pulse, the Tesla towers. You expand your like view range and build range also at the same time. Okay. Oh. We got a winner. Chicken dinner. That should be like ton shit of wood.
Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed.
You are entertaining us, right? Are there other units to bother? A new task. Great.
Any orders?
No. I forgot it
Everything okay?
completely.
All right.
Attention. Building
Ready
completed.
and waiting.
They are attacking the colony defenses.
Oh, here we go again. What? Yeah, roger that. What's up? Any infected around? What?
Do you need me? Waiting on order.
Attention. Building completed.
Yeah, and at this point I'm gonna save my game because I don't know direction. I don't know the direction of like from where it's gonna come the first attack. And what I would do, I'll tab to my like Windows and I would manually back up my save. Yes, it's a scammy strategy. And yes, the developers probably should have, at least on normal difficulty, put some kind of a mechanic for me to like choose.
Beautiful Jack. Said.
Tell me.
Yeah, good plan.
Need me?
Well, I hope it is.
Commander? Do you need me? Waiting on orders.
Nearest place.
Just guide me to the infected. Do you need me? Is everything okay?
Okay.
That will be easy.
Now I have a workers. Yes, I have. I need farms. Thank you. More houses, maybe.
Attention. Building completed. The train has
Wait.
reached the station.
Why? Why the fuck? Why the fuck did you went there?
You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Yeah, this is kind of a, like your starting
Building
secure base, and I should probably sell this for the money gain.
What to do?
And now I can build. Tesla coil, maybe. I need farm.
Is everything okay?
Thank you.
Orders, sir. Come on.
Beautiful Jack. Said. I'm going to head off and eat now. Enjoy your game. See you around.
Thanks for, being company. Take care, sir.
Orders, sir. On your orders. Let's go.
What? Okay.
Tell me. Ready and waiting. Orders, sir.
Attention.
This better be
Building
good.
completed.
Commander? Of
Attention.
course, my
Technology
commander.
research finished.
What? You are gonna pay me for this, right? Great. Roger that.
At your
Attention.
service.
Building completed.
Do you need me? All right.
What do you want now? Great. A new task. Yeah.
Commander? Come on.
The train
For
has
the
arrived at the
humans!
station.
You hold that, man. What? Gotcha. You again. Okay.
Orders, sir. Sorry, sir. I was cleaning my weapon. All the way.
Attention. Building completed.
At your service. Let's go. Come on. Understood.
Aren't there other units to bother?
Commander? On your orders. All the way. Perfect.
You again. What? Great. Gotcha. You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Do you need me? All the way.
Attention. Building completed.
Understood. Bring 'em on! Great idea, sir. Any orders?
Attention. Building completed.
Just tell me what to do. Commander?
The train
Is
has
everything
arrived at the
okay?
station.
Just tell me what to do.
Attention. Building completed.
Whatever you say. As long as it's
Attention.
me.
Building
A new task.
completed.
sir. Waiting on orders. Just guide me to the infected. Any orders?
This better be good. Okay, you again. What?
Just tell me what to do. Let's go.
Attention. Building completed.
You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Just guide me to the infected.
You again.
Do you need me? All the way.
What? This better be good. Aren't there other units to bother?
Perfect. Great idea,
Attention.
sir.
Building complete.
All right.
The train has arrived at the station.
So tired. Last night was amazing. This better be good.
Tell me.
A new task. Yeah. What? Yes.
Commander? Let's go. All the way.
Attention. Building completed.
You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Attention.
That will be
Building
easy.
completed.
A new task. You order, you pay.
Just tell me what to do.
Attention. Building completed.
What?
Waiting on orders.
You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Let's go.
Attention. Building completed.
Reporting for duty.
Building completed.
Just tell me what to do. Come on. On your orders.
Building completed.
Orders, sir. Let's go.
Attention. Building completed.
Any orders? Reporting for duty. All right.
Attention.
Understood.
Building completed.
Any orders?
The train has arrived at the station.
Commander? All right. Come on. For the humans! All the way. All right. Understood.
Au. Gdje se priđeš tima?
Važi, opušteno je. Jesi ti bio kod ovog doktora? I? Ajde, čujem posto. Jes. Ajde, čujem.
Waiting on orders.
Attention.
Hello?
Search
Halo?
Do you need me? Commander?
Alo?
Halo?
At your service.
Attention.
Oh,
Building
here we
complete.
go again.
Sorry, sir. I was cleaning my weapon. Reporting for duty. Orders, sir. For the colony! Let's go. Come on. Perfect. Let's go. Perfect. Orders, sir. Guide me to the infected. Commander? Orders, sir. Is everything okay? Any orders? Let's go. Do you need me? Understood.
The train has arrived at the station.
Tell me. Waiting on orders. Let's get them! Bring them on! Reporting for duty. I will kill our enemies! Ready and waiting. Just tell me what to do. Is everything okay? Commander? Orders, sir.
Attention. Building completed.
For the colony! Let's go. For duty. On your orders. Just tell me what to do. All right. Understood. Do you need me? All the way. Let's go. All the way. Of course, my commander. Perfect. Ready and waiting. That will be easy. On your orders. That will be easy. At your service.
Hello?
All
Hello.
the way. All right. Reporting for duty. For the humans!
Building completed.
All right. Perfect. Great idea, sir. On your orders. Let's go. Come on. Understood. That will be easy. Any orders? Great idea, sir. Waiting on
Someone is
orders.
landing with us.
Do you need me?
Okay.
Commander? Reporting for duty. To the infected. Orders, sir.
Building completed.
Commander? Do you need me? Orders, sir. Tell me. Just tell me what to do. For the humans! Orders, sir. Let's go. Commander? Reporting for duty. At your service. Just guide me to the infected.
Attention.
for duty. Come on.
Attention. Building.
Is everything okay? Do you need me? Commander? At your service. Waiting on orders.
The train has arrived at the station.
YouTube, bro.
Tell me. All right. Is everything okay? Ready and waiting. Understood. All right. Reporting for duty. Understood.
Attention. Building completed.
Orders, sir. Waiting on orders.
What?
Just tell me what to do. Is everything okay? Great idea, sir.
The walls are under attack.
Reporting for duty. Commander? Tell me.
One.
Let's go.
This better be good. Yeah.
Just tell me what to do. Ready and waiting.
What? You are gonna pay me for this, right? Okay. Great. You again. Yeah. Better be good. Roger that. Great. Right? Yeah.
The train has arrived at the station.
Great. Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Reporting for duty.
Yeah, kills. Fuck.
What do you want now? Yeah. Taste my arrow.
Busy.
Attention. Building completed.
Roger that. Okay. Are you sure? My bow is ready.
Reporting for duty. At your service. Ready and waiting. Waiting on orders.
The train has arrived at the station. Attention. Building completed.
Reporting for duty. Just guide me to the infected. Any orders? Waiting on orders. Commander? Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty.
Attention. Building completed.
Waiting on orders. Is everything okay? Do you need me?
Dozens of infected are near the colony. They are approaching from the north.
Just guide me to reporting for duty. Reporting for duty. Waiting on orders. Tell me.
The train has arrived at the station.
Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty.
Picking. Wow, healing. He's healing. Oh, there.
Do you need me? That
Up,
was
up, up.
Easy. Reporting for duty. Tell me. Reporting for duty. Any orders? Commander?
Gdje si bre je?
Do you need me? On your orders.
A ništa, ostanem se
Waiting
bre
on
za posao.
orders. Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty. Just guide me to the infected.
Dobro. To bi ja nešto, brate, vozio. Da, znam. Znam Audi A3. Znam, pa to je meni brutal, šmekerski, najšmekerski. Znam. Znam. Nego što je to meni skupo, mislim, 6000... A? Koliko? Pa da, to je meni skupo, ja sam jedno iz života. plus registracija, pa da, biti oko 4,5, možda i više zbog papira i to sve jebeno. Znaš šta je to, ali to je meni, pa da, pa to je kao moj već. Pa jeste, pa ja vozim jedan, brate, 9.
Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty.
Znam, a ja sam teo arterije bruha, baš ono momačke, baš ono sve. Ništa, prodaj komp i kupi kola. Jebem ga, čekaj, brate, pa poći. Se.
Attention. Building completed.
50.000, a? 2998 eura, da. 3000 eura imaš. A sad čekaj još, bro. 3000 eura imaš, bro.
Come on. All right. Reporting for duty.
A? Kako nije, pa ja bi tako nešto želeo sljedeći. A ja da sam dodao 1000 eura, eto kupio bi tako. Nego ajde, ovo mi ispalo dobro. Kako nije, ali to je, znači da se ne stidiš da vrate prođeš bilo gdje. Sportski auto, brate, bukvalno sportski auto. Ne, on ti je... Pa dobro, nema veze ko da... A što, brate, ne uzmeš nešto jeftinije ako već nemaš dobro? A dobro, znači to ti je od druga, šta? Jebe. Pa kako ne...
Any orders?
Kako ne bi već?
Do you need me?
Ja sam tako ostao bez vrate dinara kad sam kupio golf, pa se sad trpim. Kako ne, već, kako ne.
Commander?
Normalna motivacija. Najgore je kad imam pare, vrate, na računu i ovako, to je onda nemaš volje ni za šta. Ovako kad ih, vrate, potrošiš kao što već jesam, onda imaš volju da bi dobio nešto. Nemoj, boli te kurac. Aj bre Milane, gledaj, kola su ti obaveze i brate nisu, brate, baš koji to, brate, luksuz, brate. Sad ti... Bilo koja kola da imaš to već sam, brate, znaš da moraš da, brate, ulažeš. Kako ne, pa ja bi to prvi, brate, vozio. Kako ne. Sačekaj, jebate, skupi pare i uzmi šta. Pa jest. Stroje vrata vrh. Kao što sam ja uzao stroje vrata bol. A bitno je da Snake uzima grafički od 70 i nešto.
Da li ste dite ljubomorni možda?
70 i nešto, koliko pati, šta je reći. Jebate, naš kaj bi ja dao toliko para.
Ne bi.
Vi ste narkomani svi zajedno.
Uključujući Matoroga.
Znači...
Let's go. Come on. On the orders. Understood. Reporting for duty. Waiting on orders. Just tell me what to do.
Ne,
That will be easy.
baš to se
For
čini.
the colony!
Ali bukvalno.
Attention. Building completed.
Commander, ready and
No.
waiting. Any orders? Let's go. Is everything okay?
A kako je... Kako
Orders,
ne
sir.
bi...
Tell
A?
me. Great idea, sir. Do you need me? Waiting on orders.
Pa,
Do you need me?
normalno.
Understood. Ready and
Building
waiting.
completed.
Of course, my commander.
Gdje sam to? Kako ne bi?
Commander? Tell me.
A, normalno je. To nemoj ni da, brate, očekuješ da ćeš morati, kad uzmeš kola, tek iz svojih para, brate, da...
Commander? Come on.
Ma da,
Do you need me?
ma da, sve živo.
Understood. Of course, my commander. Commander? On your orders. All right, reporting for duty. Attack! Orders, sir. At your service. On your orders.
Attention. Building completed. Attention.
Do you need me? Ready and waiting. Orders, sir. At your service. Understood. All right. Commander? All the way. Tell me. Is everything okay? Tell me. Perfect. Understood. On your orders. Come on. Just guide me to the infected. Commander? All right.
Attention.
Just tell me what to
Building
do.
completed.
Perfect. Any orders? Understood. Perfect. Orders, sir.
Ti čuj jebate.
Tell me.
Ko ja?
Ili ja?
Halo?
Just tell me what to do.
A ja ne čujem Discord, brate, šta se izdešavalo ovdje? Ja tebe ništa nisam ni
Any
čuo.
orders?
Ništa, što sam se opustio.
Need me? Just guide me to the infected. Tell me. Do you need me? For the humans!
Stusnik,
Da.
gdje si jebate, meni, brate, Discord opet resetovan bio već. Sve mi ponovo bilo, brate, vratilo. Bože me oprosti. Otišao sam bre na brate posao, brate, pozdravljam te, ako
Ajde,
vidim
recimo
da si
opet
tu.
uči.
Aj pa se vidimo večeras.
Pozdrav.
Any orders? All
They are trying to break through. The train has arrived at the station.
Is
Our
everything
defenses
okay?
are being attacked. Attention.
Waiting on orders.
Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed.
Tell me. Come on. Understood. All the way. Reporting for duty. Perfect. All right. Understood. Ready and waiting. Any orders? Come on. Tell me. That will be easy.
The train has arrived at the station. They are attacking the colony defenses.
Reporting for orders. Orders, sir. Perfect.
The walls are under attack.
Great idea, sir. Tell me. Orders, sir. That will be easy.
They are trying to break through.
Any orders? Understood. Tell me. Is
Our
everything okay?
defenses are being attacked. They are attacking the colony defenses.
Waiting on orders. Tell me. Sorry.
Halo?
I was cleaning my well. Do you need me? All right. Orders, sir. At your service. Understood. All right.
Go, 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 go.
Understood. All right. Perfect. Commander? Waiting on orders. All right. Great idea, sir. Is everything okay?
Building complete.
Reporting for duty. Tell me. Ready and waiting. On your orders.
Ti isto javljaš s posla ili?
Commander? Let's go.
Na bolovanju?
All the way.
Šta je korona?
On your orders.
Nego? Boga mi. A, i mene je tuklo prehlada.
Just tell me what to do. Any orders? Is everything
Madu sam s
okay?
kobovicom noćas, jebote, koliko me je pičao
Orders,
temperature.
sir. Perfect.
Čime kobovica?
Let's go.
Kija kobovica,
Let's go.
komine.
All right.
Kad mi spričaš da je ti upao stane, no to su baci još jednu crtu često.
Walls are under attack.
Vidi kako dolazi. Oj,
Train has arrived at the station.
You need me? Commander?
na zdravlje.
Tell me. Understood. All right. That will be easy.
Building complete.
Nerviraju me ove turbine, ovo je glupost za struju. Teško. Ma ih bilion. Neefikasne su. Prošlu kampanju koju sam igrao, imao sam ovih malih vetranjača, ovih gluposti, razumeš, imao sam ih milijardu. I stavio bi više odbrane da si imao više struje. I si imao više milimetra slobodno, razumeš, da postavim. Imao sam automatske mitreze, one kao male gatlinge, svaki troši jedan struj. Imao sam toliko mitreza da sam bio sa strujem na knap. A nisam mogao više da stavim, imao sam resurse, para, svega od džaba. Šta mi treba? Banku hoću da napravim. 50 drveta, stone, gold.
Tell me. All right. All the way.
A ne.
Great idea, sir. Ready and waiting.
Building completed.
Do you need me? Commander? At your service. All the way. Come on. Perfect. Great idea, sir.
The train has
That
arrived
will
at
be
the
easy.
station.
On your orders. Understood.
Banka. Mali pointe ovdje da uglavim. Ima valjda.
Is everything okay? Commander? Come on. Understood. Come on. Ready and waiting.
Attention. Building
Understood.
completed.
Let's go. Of course, my commander.
Ima zgrada da se napravi, ta zgrada svim jedinicama daje ono veteransi kao, znaš, da budu elitne. Sve koje su... Znaš, šta je problem? A ne, nije problem skupoća, problem je nešto drugo. Problem je...
Imaš i volju da bi je održao.
Ne,
Just tell me what
sad ću ti reći. Elitne jedinice, kao što su oni Luciferi, oni što imaju bacač plamena, ili oni Titani, to su ti kao oni mekovi, oni kao steampunk mekovi. One nemaju veteransi. Znaš, to je malo kurac u guzicu da oprostiš. One su kao u startu elitne. I onda ispada da jedino zašto ti treba je za baraku. A to ti je ono, lower tower, lower tier. Samo ovi kao, ako ćeš čitav meš da praviš marince i snajperiste. Onda napraviš i to. Ono kao, ajde. Snajperisti treba dosta experience da se upgrade i obično završiš već ono rundu. Dok... Zid. Definitivno jebeni zid.
Is everything okay?
Ono što je dobro, što sam istražio rano, to je kristalna palata. To ti daje 800 hrane.
Orders, sir. Let's go.
To ti kao staklenik, ako sam dobro skontao.
Easy.
Mnogo hrane.
Come on.
6000 golda, ali...
For the humans! Waiting on orders. Of course, my commander.
Ja.
Guide me to the infected.
The train has arrived at the station.
Orders, sir. Any orders?
They are
Moram
trying
zid da
to break
branim.
through.
On your orders. Tell me. That will be easy. All right. Great idea, sir. Perfect. Let's go. All right. Let's go. That will be easy. Let's go. At your service. That will be easy. Just tell me what to do. Great idea, sir. For the colony! Come on. All right. All the way. Understood. All the way. All right. Understood.
My bow and arrows are ready.
Understood.
Right with the station.
George! Great idea, sir. Let's go. Come on. Perfect. Great idea, sir. Let's go.
You again. A new task. Okay. Are you sure? You are gonna pay me for this, right? Okay. Yes, tell me. But be quick.
Tell me. Come on.
My
For
bow
the
and arrows
humans!
are ready. What? Yeah. Are you sure? This better be good. Okay. A new task. So tired. Last night was amazing.
Just tell me what to do. Of course, my commander. Let's go.
You again. Are you sure? Gotcha. You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Any orders? That will be easy. All the way. Of course, my commander. Let's go. Come on. Let's go.
My bow and arrows are ready.
Of course, my commander. Orders, sir. Great idea, sir.
What? Whatever you say. As long as you pay me. Great. What do you want now?
Tell me. Let's go.
My bow and arrows are ready.
All right.
Train has arrived at the station.
Understood. Ready and waiting.
Aren't there other units to bother? What? Roger that. You again. A new task.
Tell me. Perfect.
alle Slavice è prodotto. Yes. You want?
The train has arrived at the station.
Tell me,
A new task. You order, you pay. What? Yeah, you are gonna pay me for this, right?
is everything okay? Perfect. Do you need me? Ready and waiting.
Okay, this better be good. What? You are gonna pay me for this, right? What? A new task. What? Yeah.
Orders, sir. Great idea, sir. Here we go. Here we go. Waiting on orders.
What's up? Any infected around? Roger that. Okay. What? Oh, here we go again. You call that a Great. Is that all? Great. Yeah.
Tell me. Ready and waiting.
Attention. Building completed. Our buildings are being attacked.
Tell me. Ready
Walls
and
are
waiting.
under attack.
What's up? Any infected around? Yes.
Orders, sir. Perfect.
Oh. Thank you. Treat me well, senpai. Your brothers. Hi. Oh no.
Waiting on orders. For the humans! All the way. Let's go. Great idea, sir.
What? An attack? Do it. What? You call that a plan?
Reporting for duty.
Do it.
Do you need me?
What?
Commander? Perfect. Tell me. Do you need me? Attack! Any orders? Do you need me? Reporting for duty.
Attention. Building completed.
Just guide me to the infected. Is everything okay? Ready and waiting. Charge! Let's get them! I will kill our enemies! Orders, sir. Tell me. Damn it! Oh! Alright. Understood.
Yeah, roger that. You are gonna pay me for this, right? Okay. What? Are you sure? Yeah.
Ready and waiting.
Great.
Reporting for
Gotcha.
duty.
You order? You pay. Roger that. Great. Are you sure? Roger that. What do you want now?
A horde of infected are on their way. They are approaching from the south.
Is everything okay? Waiting on orders. Orders, sir.
This better be good. Okay.
Do you need me?
Gotcha. Okay. What? This better be good.
Commander? Reporting for duty. Orders, sir. Perfect. sir. Let's go.
Attention.
Perfect.
Technology research
Let's go.
finished.
Commander, at your service. Commander, come on.
Attention. Building completed.
Reporting for duty. Tell me. At your service.
What? Yeah. Gotcha. You call that a plan? Aren't there other units to bother? Are you sure?
Tell me. Do you need me?
What's up? Any infected around?
All the way. Tell me. Come on. Understood. Reporting for duty.
Our forces are in
Just
danger.
tell me what to do.
What? Yes. Gotcha. Yeah. Roger that.
Waiting on orders. Guide me to the
You are the leader, right? Yeah.
Any orders?
They are trying to break through.
Tell me. Reporting for duty. At your service. Orders, sir. On your orders. Understood. Come on. All the way. Ready and waiting. Orders, sir. Is everything okay? Do you need me? Commander? At your service. Do you need me? Tell me. Come on. Is everything okay? Do you need me? Perfect. Great idea, sir. At your service.
Aren't there other units to bother?
Understood. Of course, my commander. Perfect. Sorry, sir. I was cleaning my weapon. At your service.
A new task. Okay, let's do this.
All right.
What do you want now?
Understood. Perfect. Just tell me what to do. Do you need me? That will be Commander? Understood. On your orders. Do you need me? Commander? Guide me to the infected.
The train has arrived at the station.
Ready and waiting. All the way.
Okay.
Commander? Sorry, sir. I was cleaning my weapon. Just tell me what to do. Let's go.
Are you sure?
Any orders?
Attention. There are no geoscience failures.
What?
Attention.
Yeah.
Building
Roger that.
completed.
Gotcha. A new task. Yes. You again. Whatever you say. As long as you pay me. Great. Okay.
Do you need me? That will be easy. All the way. Any orders? Is everything okay?
Building completed.
Any orders? Tell me. Is everything okay?
One. Okay. It's gonna cost you double.
Commander?
You again. Are you sure? Okay. One. Gotcha. Are you sure?
Just tell me what to do.
Gotcha. You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Any orders? Waiting on orders. Orders, sir. Waiting on orders.
Attention. Building completed.
Perfect. On your orders.
That's one. That's one.
At your service.
Arrived at the station.
Commander? Great idea, sir.
long as you pay me.
Any orders?
Great. Roger that. Yeah. Are you sure? You call that a plan? Yeah. Yes. Tell me. But be quick. Roger that. Are you sure? Yeah. Yes.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Commander? Any orders? Just guide me to the infected. Orders, sir.
You again. Okay. Yes. Are you sure? Roger that. Okay. Great. This better be good. Is that all? So. Yeah. Whatever you say. As long as you pay me. Gotcha.
Attention.
Yes.
Building completed.
Great. Okay. Are you sure? I hope you're not wasting my time. Yeah. You are gonna pay me for this, right? I mean tax.
The train has arrived at the station.
You again. Okay. Great.
Attention.
Yeah. Okay.
Technology
Gotcha.
research finished.
Is everything okay?
Okay. Are you sure? Roger that. Yes. Are you sure? Yes. Okay. Roger that. Yeah. You hold that. And yes. Okay. Great. Gotcha. Yes. Great. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Whatever you say. As long as you pay me.
Our soldiers are in trouble.
Sorry, sir. I was cleaning my weapon.
Gotcha. Yes.
Is everything okay?
What do you want now? Oh, here we go again. A new task. Gotcha. Okay.
Any orders?
What do you want now?
Come on. Is everything okay? Just guide me to the infected.
Are you sure? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Roger that. Are you sure? Roger that. Gotcha. Yeah. Roger that. What? Yeah. You again. What? Yes. Great.
Units under attack.
Do you need me?
A new task.
Attention.
Okay.
Technology research finished.
Commander? Waiting on orders. All right. Tell me. Understood.
You again.
Is everything okay?
Attention. Building complete.
Better be good. Yeah. Roger that. You order, you pay. Yes. Yeah. Okay. But it's gonna cost you double. Gotcha. Yeah. Yes. Are you sure?
Orders, sir.
What's up? Any infected around? What? Any infected around? A new task. Yes. What? Oh, more orders. What?
Train has arrived at the station.
What's up? Any infected around? Aren't there other units to bother? Whatever you say, as long as you pay me. What? Are you sure? Yeah. You are gonna pay me for this, right? What? Roger that. Okay.
Any orders?
Oh, more orders.
Reporting for
What do
duty.
you want now? Sounds interesting. It could be worse.
Tell me. That will be easy. Orders, sir.
Building complete.
Is everything okay? Commander? For the colony!
The colony is under attack.
Perfect.
What?
Waiting on orders. Orders, sir. All right. Ready and waiting. Do you need me? Guide me to the intent. Understood. Do you need me? Of course, my commander. All right. Is everything okay? Do you need me? Commander? Come on. Understood. Any orders?
Attention.
On your
Building
orders.
completed.
Commander? For the humans! Any orders? Reporting for duty.
Building completed.
Commander?
You again.
okay? Ready and waiting.
Yeah, gotcha. Whatever you say, as long as you pay me.
All right.
You again. Great. Are you sure? What? Great.
Reporting for duty.
This better be good. What? Yeah. You again.
Do you need me? Commander?
Attention. Building complete.
Ready and waiting.
Attention. Building
Tell
complete.
me. All the way. Of course, my commander.
Attention. Building
On your
completed.
orders. Of course, my commander.
Have you seen the first images of the Lord of the Rings TV show? I saw a little bit about it. People were like arguing about it or something. Here's what I've said before about the Lord of the Rings TV show. Is that, oh no, I think the show looks good. Oh shit, look at it. I hope it's good. All right, we'll look at it. And this should be good. Holy shit, this is so bright. So, just like in general, I'm gonna, this one's on us? Great, then get the fuck out of here. Alright, so let's look at this here. Ring of Power is less financial risk, reputational one. Amazon needs to definitively make the case it can produce giant prestige shows. Even with this series, it's creating additional danger of amending and elaborating on the canon of a beloved storyteller. Yeah, I think that that's definitely true. I'm not going to read the whole article, right? I mean, that's not going to happen. I'm just going to scroll down. Okay, so these are just like the general different people in Lord of the Rings.
Come on.
I guess that is too.
At your service.
Okay. Who the fuck is that? Half-elf Elrond is a politically ambitious leader. Braywin with a forbidden love, Arandir, in the village of Tri-Harad? Okay. I don't know what that says. It does sound like Tryhard though, it does. I know. I think that there are a lot of people like me. Like this is my main concern. Is that the races of the characters don't really matter that much to me. But if they're willing to change one thing, what else are they willing to change? And what my main concern is that if they want to take artistic liberties with some things, does this mean, because this is what my concern is, like I've said this before with Lord of the Rings, and this is what I think, is that I'm mainly concerned that they're going to try to turn Lord of the Rings into Game of Thrones light. They're trying to add in unnecessary, like this one right here. This is with her forbidden love between like two things. Like this is I don't even know if this is part. I don't remember seeing either of these characters' names in the Tolkien universe at all. This kind of stuff, and they're adding this kind of stuff into the story in order to appeal to a wide audience. And I don't think that's what the essence of Lord of the Rings really is. The essence of Lord of the Rings is not morally gray. It is a clear distinction of good and evil and the battle of overcoming evil. That is what the fundamental of the books is. It's what the fundamental of what everything about it is. So whenever you take something and you turn it into, again, Game of Thrones light, and this is not anything against Game of Thrones. I think Game of Thrones is fucking great. But that doesn't mean that I want Lord of the Rings to be Game of Thrones. Sometimes you like steak, sometimes you like ice cream. But whenever Jack in the Box made a milkshake that had bacon bits in it, I thought they lost their fucking mind. So it's not that these two things are one's better than the other. It's that when you put them together, you've made a mistake. And that's basically what my concern is. Now, I can speak for a lot of people, is that what I think a lot of people don't like is that they don't like whenever there is a story that exists and there's already a, what's really the word for this? There's already a precedent of kind of like the characters in the story, and then a new person or a new group of people come in and they make the story again, and they change genders, they change different stuff like that, like races of the characters. And the reason why I think people don't like that is not because of the actual change itself, it's what the change indicates. It's the change that indicates that it removes a certain element of escapism of this person, because whenever they see that change, it makes them think of the fact that this story exists in the context of a certain type of political point of view or a certain type of social point of view. And I think that's basically what it is. Does that make sense? I've heard of Earthsea fantasy lore all about different human races, whereas Lord of the Rings is supposed to be European. Yeah, I don't know if it's, I mean, I think that, like, there's a lot of stories like Lord of the Rings that, like, it's not explicitly European, but it's like, I mean, Tolkien grew up in Europe. It's basically European, right? It's a European in all but name. I think that's what it is. Having black actors not changing anything, which is fine. Well, but that's what people are saying, though. Like, as I said, I don't really care about that. What I really care about is the fact that I think that they're just going to change the story. They're going to make it like The Hobbit, with unnecessary sex interests, with unnecessary bullshit, probably with nudity, with like gray characters, like, oh, there are some orcs in Mordor that are actually like good orcs, and, you know, like these different, it's just going to be weird. And I don't think that a lot of people who are fans of Lord of the Rings want to see that. Now, are average viewers, like just everyday viewers, are they going to be wanting to watch this? Yeah, sure. Like, I think a lot of people are probably going to watch it. But I think that in terms of something, is this going to be true to form, and will this be fulfilling for somebody who is an avid fan of Lord of the Rings, or, you know, the books, Silmarillion, the movies, whatever? Is it going to be, you know, is it going to be fulfilling for a Tolkien fan? Probably not. Yeah, it's probably not going to. Creators say they're trying to keep it family friendly. It's in the article. I don't really believe that. Yeah, I don't believe that at all. Racist going mask off today. Well, the thing is, like, I don't really, and this is the problem, is that a lot of people have had this concern, especially with like changing, like they changed like Thor's like gender, and like they say like, oh, well, it's not really Thor, it's like another person, and Thor is a title. People have an idea of what Thor is, and whenever you change the gender, it's different, right? And you have these different like little tricks that these people try to pull on people, and people are just not buying it. Like, nobody wants to be patronized like that. People just want to consume content and not have the content used as a vehicle to promote some sort of point of view, some sort of like social perspective. I think that's really what it comes down to most of the time. And I think that's also like why the success of games like, I'm going to take this back to Lost Ark, right? I think that's a big reason why you see the success of games like Lost Ark. It's because you have that game, and that game's not trying to patronize to you, it's not trying to talk down to you, it's not trying to push a overt opinion, it's just trying to put a story out there, and you feel like the story is being told with absolute artistic integrity. And I think that's really what's what it's coming from, right? Is that people want to see the artistic integrity of a story preserved, and that's what it really is. You're assuming a lot in the moment. Why not just wait for it to come out? I've never seen art without a point of view. Well, no, I think it's like to say that every point of view is the same thing is like kind of weird. Like, there's a lot of art that does not have an overt political point of view and that is not being used, and it's not a direct reflection of, like, current political climates. Like, to say that all art is political as if this does not exist on a spectrum is just a way that people who want to put politics into other people's art use in order to rationalize doing it to make it seem like, oh, well, it's all like this, so it's okay whenever I do it. I think everybody can fucking see that, right? Lost Ark was heavily censored for the West, though. As far as I know, it really wasn't. Like, and this is what I said before. They put a few black people in Lost Ark. I don't have a problem with that because of what I said before. I want to play a character that looks like me. I want to play a big, meaty, brawny, big dude, right? I want to play a guy that looks like I do. And so I think there's plenty of black dudes that want to play a dude that looks like they do. So if they make other options like that and other characters in the game that look like them, I think that's fucking fine. Yeah, true. Well, it's not, see, it's not the way that you look, but it's like your idealized version of how you look. Does that make sense? So it's like, this is like, if I could look a certain way, this is how I would look. And that's the way a lot of people see it. So I don't have a problem with that. It's the same reason I don't think Lost Ark really got censored. They changed like 2 starter outfits. Who gives a fuck? And even with Lost Ark, there were a lot of people on Twitter. Same thing. And this is what I think is very funny about this, is that there are a lot of people on Twitter complaining about Lost Ark and the sexualization of Lost Ark. Have you guys seen this at all? Yeah, but you can't look like that. Let's hit the gym, boy. Yo, chill, bro. Yo, chill, bro. No, I seen a handful of them, right? And every single one complaining about it is just it's a Western game developer, right? These are, and this is the thing, right? Is it's an ideology that's being promoted and pushed by people who are not the actual audience. It's not something that an average person cares about or wants to see. The average person does not worry about this. They don't think about, oh my God, this character's wearing high heels. This is not an issue. This is not a concern for an average, video game player. And I think to the extent that people make it a concern, an average video game player is frustrated about it. So you see this happening over and over and over, and I think that it's a big reason why you see manga becoming much more popular. It's a big reason why you see games like Final Fantasy becoming a lot more popular, games like Lost Ark becoming a lot more popular. It's because those games don't have these overt, like, social things in the game that are like just one-dimensional caricatures of different political positions that the developers disagree with. Does that make sense? It's not patronizing. Like, nobody wants to be talked down to. Nobody wants to be, they don't want to have people like some weird developer. It's the same thing like whenever I've done this a lot, and I've tried to kind of cut down on it, where I will say obvious things in a way that I think a lot of people are, like, they get annoyed by or they don't want to see. Representation is important media, a lot of people care about it. I think a lot of people do care about it, absolutely. But whenever I see people posting about it, it's almost always the people that are pushing it and not the people that are just like an average audience person. I think average audiences just want to see a movie, and it's like that's not something that is on the spectrum of being a good movie or a bad movie. Like, there can be a great movie with a lot of representation, and it can be a bad movie with no representation, and vice versa. This is not something that exists on the spectrum of people really developing an opinion about a movie. Does that make sense? Yeah, it's a very small amount of people, I would say. And representation is also not preaching or using the game to be a vehicle to present some point of view. I personally love sexualized character. It's a fantasy game where elf and human tits are bigger than your torso. Yeah, I think that's great too. I really do. I think it's one of the best things about the game. So that's the way it looks at it. And yeah, and the thing is that whenever you have games that provide that, like Lost Ark or like Final Fantasy or like a lot of these other booba games that people are playing now and are becoming more popular, like Genshin Impact is another one, people can just say, no, I'm not going to play these games where you're trying to repress sexuality and, you know, change these things and, you know, be weird about stuff, and then simultaneously people at your company are getting, you know, fired for sexual harassment. Like, I don't want to deal with this. Like, it's weird because an average person just wants to have a form of escapism, and they don't want to be patronized by a developer in California. It's just not, or an actor that lives in Hollywood. It's just not the case. And for that matter, not a streamer who lives at their mom's house. They don't want to be patronized. And that's why I don't do that as much anymore, is because I know that is I know that is something that's a turnoff to people, and I try not to do that as much anymore. Absolutely. Guess what? It's a fantasy game. Yeah, exactly. Most people that complain about those games don't even play them. Yeah, exactly, man. Is the game broken or something? Yeah, it is offline for now. Bad fucking take? Well, it's obviously not, because if it was, you present a counter argument. Yeah, you present a counter argument. Yeah, the fact is that most of the people that are saying this and are like mad at me for saying this, there's no actual argument against it, because I'm not even arguing. I don't really give a shit, to be honest with you. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. Like, I'll just play a game. Like, this is the best example I can use, okay? If this is my perspective on this, and I'll show you how it doesn't matter. Apex Legends released with all, you know, minority or POC characters, except for one white male, and his name and his ability was being toxic. And you know what? I fucking loved it. It was an amazing game. It was the best fucking game. It was so good. And the fact is that you guys probably did. Yeah, caustic. Exactly. It doesn't matter to me. I don't give a fuck. I just want to play a good game. That's the only thing that matters to me. Could I ask Rabbit Hole Asman, next topic? Why? Why am I not supposed to talk about this? I think there's a lot of people who want to hear what I'm saying. Yeah, there's just, it's weird that people don't want me to talk about this and everything like that. I'll make sure that one thing is clear. If I want to talk about something, then we're talking about it. That's all there is to it. So yeah. Anyway, the point that I'm making here is that I feel like a lot of this stuff, it is alienating for more and more people, and that's why people are moving over to these other games. I think this will continue happening, and it will become ever more the case. That's really what I'm trying to say. Are we talking about this? Most people shy away? Yeah, because most people are afraid. The thing is that a lot of people, here's just the truth, is that I talk about issues like this a lot, and because I talk about issues like this a lot, I am used to doing it, and I know what to say. So I'm not afraid to really, I'm not supposed to talk about this or whatever, because I know what I'm doing. Yeah, I know what to say, I know what I'm talking about, and it's not a big deal. Like, there are some people that communicate badly, and it's harder for them to articulate the way that they feel about stuff, and I think that's the case, yeah, definitely. But that's why they probably don't talk about it. I mean, I think that, you know, the best example recently was Quinn, right? Quinn, you know, made some comment about, like, something about women, I don't remember what it was, and, like, people went apeshit about it. And it's like, the main thing that a lot of people like that are bad at is communicating. It's that you are not able to communicate your point of view in a way that's understandable and harder to be taken out of context. Does that make sense? People tell you shut up, it's because you're making sense, unless you're Quinn. Well, I think that most of the times people tell me not to talk about something because they either think it's going to get me in trouble, or they disagree with what I'm saying, and they're sick of hearing something that they disagree with. That's what I generally expect. And there's also some people who just don't care about it. I mean, of course that's the case too. I'm not saying that's all it is to it. Okay, let me look over here. Just pick, the games sexualize only women. This is bad, and you can't argue with that. Well, the fact is that the reason why a lot of the games only sexualize women is that they're played primarily by men. It's literally that simple. They're played primarily by men, and then obviously, what are they making? Well, they're making hot women because guys play the game. That's it. It's tailored towards an audience, and that's the audience. In my opinion, I agree. You want to know what, like, this is, in my opinion, I want to have a character that looks like Conan the Barbarian, wearing a loincloth and maybe like a strap across his chest. He's got a big hairy fucking chest. He looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he's got a gigantic fucking greatsword. Okay, so I'm totally fucking on board with that, and that is the peak Asmongold fantasy. However, there's a lot of guys that probably just want to see hot girls with big ass titties, and that's why you have a lot of games with hot girls with big ass titties. And also, like, I mean, with Lost Ark, there's a lot of sexualized guys. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, my guy is a Giga Chad. Shut the fuck up. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, my guy is such a fucking Giga Chad. Absolutely. I don't see video games making neckbeard characters. They also sexualize men too. Yeah, nobody wants it. Like, yeah, who the fuck is gonna go around and, oh yeah, this is my character. He's a 35-year-old man who wears a fedora. He's got a neckbeard. He's wearing cargo pants and flip-flops. Man. No. Like, yeah, you're playing like this gigantic fucking, you know, Mr. Olympia bodybuilder with like a giant sword and shield that you couldn't even pick up in real life. Yeah, that's what it really is. I would say so. Do it exist? It's sexual? Yeah, I think that, like, absolutely, guys like hot girls as well? Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. So let's go back over. We're going to look at the other stuff. I know this is kind of like a hot topic and people get, like, mad about this kind of stuff. There's no reason to get mad. It doesn't matter. Just keep that in mind. It doesn't matter. And no matter what you say or do or talk about or anything like that, it won't really affect you, or it won't affect anything else, and it won't make a difference.
Okay? For the humans! That will be easy. Orders, sir. Attention. Building completed. Tell me. Okay? Reporting for duty. Did you need me? Building completed. Ready and waiting. Let's go. On your orders. Tell me. Alright. That will be easy. All the way. Alright. Understood. Commander? Perfect. Understood. Train is right at the station. At your service. Understood. Tell me. On your orders. Reporting for duty. Commander? All the way. You need me? Just guide me to the infected. Sorry, sir. I was cleaning my weapon. Any orders? Tell me. Reporting for your orders. Orders, sir. Any orders? Tell me. Ready and waiting. Let's go. That will be easy. Come on. Understood. That will be easy. Reporting for duty. Orders, sir. Tell me.
Attention. Technology research finished.
Just tell me what to do.
Attention. Building.
Commander? On your orders. Orders, sir. Tell me. Commander? Understood.
Attention. Building completed.
Tell me. Just guide me to the infected.
Our defenses are being attacked.
Do you need me? Sorry, sir. I was cleaning my weapon. Any orders? Do you need me? Tell me. on your orders.
Attention.
Just
Building
tell me what to
complete.
do. Tell me. Of course, my commander. Commander?
Blessed.
The video where a guy cuts his wiener off and removes his balls with a knife and hatchet is one of the most requested videos for me to cover. The BME Pain Olympics. Some say it's fake, some say it's real and the guy died, and all this confusion is understandable, because you see there's actually several things that have been called the BME Pain Olympics throughout the years. And because there's so many different stories and videos with different happenings, the truth about them has gotten pretty murky over the years. So for today's episode of Tales from the Internet, let's take a closer look at this CBT legend. If you've ever gone online and looked up anything to do with tattoos, piercings, or body mods from the mid-90s on, chances are you came across a website called BME, the Body Modification E-Zine. This is one of, if not the first website dedicated entirely to body mods, and it was definitely the largest one. I remember coming across this website when I was a teenager looking for tattoo ideas and information about what to expect when I went to get my eyebrows pierced. Like, there was a period in time when I had like 2 eyebrows pierced, 2 lip rings, and a ton of earrings. I have no pictures of that, but trust me. And I'm sure a lot of the millions of people who came across that website had a similar story. BME was created in 1994 by Canadian programmer Shannon Laratte. The more I read about this guy while I was working on the video, the more I came to admire him. He's a guy who reminds me of people like Max Goldberg of YTMND, Soylent from Rotten.com, in the sense that he just really embodied this spirit of the early internet, a guy that's just gonna do whatever the fuck he feels like, censorship be damned. So Shannon developed an interest in body mods from a very young age. In an interview, he noted that this might have been influenced by his fascination with stories he heard from his neighbor growing up, who was a Blackfoot native. And as he's growing up, he teaches himself how to program, and by the age of 16, he's already working as a professional programmer. And while he's developing software for gambling websites and psychic hotlines, he's working on his passion project on the side, BME. And after he launches the site, he quickly dives in headfirst and makes it his full-time focus. As he put it in an interview with a college student that he shared on his blog, "I'd rather fail chasing my dreams than succeed as a slave." But he didn't fail. In fact, BME became massively successful. Much more successful than he had ever considered, becoming the online source for all things tattoos, piercings, and body mods. And some of the things featured on the site were very extreme mods that most people would never consider doing, but were interesting to look at and read about nonetheless. But like a lot of boundary pushing websites at the time, and you're probably expecting this if you've seen my channel before, but he got in a little bit of trouble with the law because of the website. There's a few cases of this, but to me the most interesting one is what happened with Germany. Germany goes on this spree where they're banning edgy websites because, you know, think of the children. BME is one of the websites, and he gets a notification that, hey, like, if you want your website to be viewed in Germany, you gotta make some changes. But of course Shannon said fuck that, didn't change anything about his website, didn't censor anything, and went as far as to print a t-shirt to antagonize the German authorities, egging people on to wear it, which was technically illegal because it showed the website URL. And although many, probably most viewers of BME just kind of passed through to view the content and read the stories, there were those who stuck around, and a very strong sense of community began to form. As this tight-knit community grows, BME starts to have meetups, barbecues, and eventually a large annual event called BME Fest. And in 2002, at one of these barbecues, a new tradition began. The BME Pain Olympics. But this event I'm talking about in 2002 probably isn't what you're thinking about. Some of the games at this inaugural BME Pain Olympics included drinking hot sauce and carrying weight while suspended. And while these things can be painful and challenging, I'm sure they're a far cry from the images that came to your head when I said BME Pain Olympics. And some images from other Pain Olympics events are still viewable on the BME website. And they show stuff like needles being placed through the skin with sterile gloved hands. Once again, kinda rough. I probably wouldn't do it, but a far cry from what you think when you hear BME Pain Olympics. I mean, you definitely don't think of anything sterile at all. But you know what? Some of you might actually not have any idea what the fuck I'm talking about when I'm referencing all this, so allow me to describe the BME Pain Olympics video that everyone's thinking of. So when the video starts, the song Livin' Like a Zombie by the metal band Mortification plays as we're introduced to the first challenger, who's smacking a knife against his penis that's placed on a cutting board. Contestant 2 comes in and he's tying his balls up with a string. Contestant 1's back and now he's tying his whole penis up with a string, and he places it back on the cutting board. Back to entrant 2, who's chopping away at his balls with a little hand axe now, while entrant 1 takes a knife to his dick and starts to slice it up. Entrant 2 keeps chopping away at his balls while entrant 1 sticks a knife in and individually pops out each testicle one by one. I said one by one like there's a whole bunch of them, but you know, there's just 2. And that's where the video ends, and it never tells us who won. Although, speaking logically, the guy who cut his dick and balls off would have to win over the guy who just cut his balls off, right? It's unclear when this video was actually made, and several sources, like IMDb.com, say that it was made in 2002. But it can't possibly have been made in 2002 because the song that plays during it wasn't released until 2004. What I think happened here is that people read about the BME Pain Olympics happening at the barbecue, so they thought it was those BME Pain Olympics, and not, you know, the hot sauce drinking in suspension. And going by Google Trends and the dates on the massive amount of YouTube reaction videos, this video seems to have been made, or at the very least, first made its way around the internet in 2007. And of course, there were a shit ton of reaction videos done to this. I mean, we were only a few months removed from 2 Girls, 1 Cup, so of course everyone's gonna come in for part 2. At this point, you even had people like a pre-JRE Joe Rogan going in and making videos about it. And this legitimately was a rough video to watch. I mean, even looking back at it several times for making this video, I was kind of like, eh. So when I would hear people saying that this thing was fake, I was like, there's no way. And here's where it gets a little confusing for a bit, because here's where you start seeing different people saying different things. Something that I saw come up a few times was that the BME Pain Olympics was done with hot dogs, and I'm like, no, definitely not. But the reason some people think it was done with hot dogs is because there was a video and a Pain Olympics site that showed some guy sticking a hot dog through his fly and cutting it up and mangling it in all different ways. And the video was so low quality and so dark that at first you kinda can't tell that it's an Oscar Mayer wiener. And knowing that this was making its way around, I thought perhaps people thinking this Pain Olympics video was fake was just a case of people mixing up 2 different videos. But I'll give the final word on this to Shannon himself, who made an appearance in a Reddit thread in 2012 when someone made a post asking for an AMA of a Pain Olympics participant. I'm the person who created this video, as well as all the BME series of videos. Yes, the one called BME Pain Olympics is faked footage, and I would have thought that was obvious to anyone looking at it, but I guess not everyone has the encyclopedic knowledge of what it looks like when you chop up someone's genitals that I have. However, the various BME torture trailers and related videos are completely real and contain arguably more extreme footage. And reading this, I was a little taken aback because, you know, even if this was faked somehow, to me it looked so real. Like, how could this be obviously fake, you know? So of course I went back and I watched the video several times, and each time with this knowledge in mind, it started to look a little bit more fake. I think part of the effect is that when you see something like this, your eyes are just trying to not focus so intently on it. But when you give it a close look, you notice things like, oh, there's like not really as much blood as you would expect here. And granted, sometimes gore in real life just doesn't look the way you would think. But on closer inspection, I think the dead giveaway is how the penis moves while it's being cut. It just doesn't seem to have the right density. He's cutting it in such a way that it should flop a little, but the penis doesn't flop. Once you take note of how it moves, it almost starts to resemble a lump of Play-Doh, and I imagine that if this thing was shot in 1080p, it would be way more obvious, as Shannon said. The theory had also been presented on the now deleted Pain Olympics Wikipedia entry that this was made of some real footage. The real footage belonging to BME users Arebly and Kokomi3K. I couldn't see Kokomi's content, but there was a picture of Arebly tying his balls off and shoving a nail through his testicles, so it seems to check out, and apparently his name has become synonymous with CBD, so it makes sense. In fact, it's said that at the end of this video, there was originally a notice that it was all fake, and it was part of BME's April Fool's tradition. Every year they would post some kind of fake article, including things like a couple from the community who bit each other's fingers off as a show of dedication, a UFO cult that built a new species of human, a guy who got plastic surgery to look like an alien, and one that I actually remember from back in the day about a pair of twins who got their body parts transplanted onto each other. That being said, in this post, Shannon also made reference to BME torture trailers which he said were real. And in fact, you could still find these trailers in the videos directory of his blog. Sometimes these videos would also make their way around to get labels like BME Pain Olympics for various years or various entry numbers. And the videos featured things like firecrackers in the urethra, batteries in the urethra, large vegetables shoved up the urethra. You get the gist of what these are like. And so all that being said, why the fuck would anybody do this? Shannon has an explanation. They're real-life Cenobites. They are explorers of nerve impulses. They are seeking the extremes of sensation, a far-out realm where pleasure and pain are all blurred. To simplify, they're doing it because they're getting off on it. There are other reasons too, but that's the main one, and the healthy one. A year after he spoke to Reddit in 2013, Shannon would pass away. He took his own life after dealing with years of chronic, constant pain from a genetic muscular condition. After his death, a blog post he had prepared was published. In the blog post, he details how the little treatment he did receive was ineffective. He struggled to get the pain management that he needed, and he felt that the reason was that because of his appearance, the doctors thought he was just looking for drugs. He also reflected on BME, the state of the body modification community at the time, and his hopes for it in the future. And he was sure to show appreciation for everything he accomplished and everyone who helped him along the way. He concluded by offering his ashes to friends who were aware of his situation and asked them previously about it, so that they can use them in art and their own personal body modification projects. He said that he loved the idea of living on in this way after his death, and really he still lives on in so many other ways. It cannot be understated how influential he was in shaping the culture around us, creating a platform where millions of people learned about tattoos, piercings, and body mods. How it made so many people feel okay with it in a world where it wasn't as socially accepted as it is today, and how different the world looks because he was here.
Pornography is something that has historically always been enjoyed in private, away from the judging eyes of friends, family, and the general public. For the most part, and the more depraved it gets, the further we retreat into the shadows, hoping to hide our shame from the light of day. I can think of at least one glowing exception to this behavior, though. An exception in which, rather than keeping it secret, millions of people opted to share it with those closest to them, and sometimes millions of complete strangers on the internet. This is the story of the time a filthy porn clip got turned into a communal experience for people around the world. This is the story of 2 girls, 1 cup. The other day, I saw a bunch of people tweeting about a vegan milkshake made out of hummus, and it suddenly reminded me of perhaps the most infamous viral shock video of all time. Of course, I'm talking about 2 girls, 1 cup. Obviously, I can't actually show this one to you here, but in case you somehow missed it, 2 girls, 1 cup was a montage of 2 girls dramatically eating poop out of a cup. And after they ate it, they took turns puking it into each other's mouths, alternating roles as Mama Bird and Baby Bird. And all this goes on as a classy piano theme from a 1971 French film plays. But where did this thing come from? The 2 girls, 1 cup story begins when this video clip was posted to the offtopic.com forums in the after hours section. The video quickly gained a lot of attention on these forums, as it seemed to do wherever it was posted. Wanting a way to quickly share the video with friends, a user named Cajones purchased the URL 2girls1cup.com, and he created the now infamous website on August 12, 2007, and he quickly forgot about it until his hosting service came knocking on his door looking for money. During the first month of the site being up, I had encountered some issues. At that time, I had no care for the site and had even forgotten that the site existed, until one day where it was brought to my attention that I owed some money to the hosting company due to bandwidth overages. At that time, I thought it was some sort of mistake, either that or the company was trying to get some money out of me. It was all confirmed that I did indeed exceed bandwidth usages, and I directed myself to my analytics account. And if we look at the analytics screenshot that Cajones posted, it was on August 20th that the site really began to take off. It was at that point that Two Girls One Cup had begun to make its way far outside the original intended audience of offtopic.com users and became a viral shock site in the great tradition of goatc.cx, meatspin.com, or lemonparty.org. But unlike a lot of the shock sites that came before it, twogirls.com evolved into something that people weren't looking at by accident, but on purpose. And it was the trend of people reacting to Two Girls One Cup that really propelled it to the heights that it reached. The first such video was believed to have been uploaded to YouTube on September 21st, 2007 by a user named Fartnewt. As of the time of this recording, Fartnewt's video now has over 14 million views. And Fartnewt's success inspired a whole wave of people to start putting their reactions out there. Practically overnight, YouTube became flooded with people sharing their reactions to Two Girls One Cup, and their family members' reactions too. And although reaction videos had existed to some extent previously, what we were witnessing here was the true genesis of the personality-driven reaction format that would wind up taking over YouTube for years. It's kind of fitting that the reaction video genre was basically spawned by literal shit. And on October 11th, the site's traffic literally doubled overnight, going from 100,000 views to 200,000 views. And those numbers would more than double the next month. At this point, Cojones had hired a tech-savvy friend to help deal with the maintenance of the site, and additionally, he began to monetize it with ads. But the money wasn't really what excited Cojones. Rather, it was the thrill of being the man behind the shit-stained curtain. At this point, everything was Rick Ross, boss, and we felt on top of the world. Not because we were making some money off the site, but more so because of all the attraction the site had received. I felt like an undercover superstar. I would walk around Chicago and listen to people talk about Two Girls One Cup, and I would always giggle inside knowing that it was me who created the site. It was kind of a cool feeling, but at the same time, I felt awkward for exposing something so disgusting. The fad had gone from something that was intended really just for the consumption of a specific message board to a full-blown mainstream sensation. It was at this point that celebrities started to weigh in. You had John Mayer making his parody of it. And although he was eating yogurt in it as a spoof, there were a lot of people who questioned the authenticity of the shit in the video. A lot of people thought that perhaps they had done some kind of movie magic, like what they did with Marmalade and Salo. There was a lot of debate over this, and fittingly, it was summarized really well by perhaps the only other figure in porn as mainstream as Two Girls One Cup, Ron Jeremy.
They probably substituted it for pistachio ice cream.
No, I believe that's the real deal.
No, I don't think it is.
You don't think it is? All right, keep watching. Keep watching.
How could they go that much? Girls like that don't go that much.
What, you think they're men?
You've had girlfriends this small.
You saw them go to their butt? You think they're men?
Girls have little balls when they go to the bathroom.
And this debate was actually more important than people realized. In fact, the US government was quite concerned with the provenance of the shit featured in Two Girls One Cup. In 2005, under the Bush administration, the Department of Justice created a new organization known as the Obscenity Prosecution Task Force. Their job was to prosecute people involved in the production and distribution of porn that they believed to be in violation of obscenity laws. And one of the men who was prosecuted by this organization was a pornographer and self-described shock artist named Ira Isaacs. When Isaacs was prosecuted, there was a lot of confusion created by news sites that falsely reported that he was the creator of Two Girls One Cup. He was actually prosecuted for a number of different scat films, but the confusion was created when he used Two Girls One Cup to justify his defense of Hollywood Scat Amateurs 10. His arguments would become popularly dubbed the Two Girls One Cup defense. Until I saw Two Girls One Cup, I wouldn't have thought so many regular people would want to watch this stuff. There are millions of people watching it. For now, it's probably most people like the shock value of it. This is art that asks questions about what's ugly, acceptable, taboo. It takes something mundane, like going to the bathroom, and puts it in a new light. It inspires people. Just because it has sex in it and deals with a subject matter that isn't typically in art doesn't mean it isn't art. Getting the court to decide that Isaac's films were in fact art was key to fighting off the obscenity case. But unfortunately for Ira Isaacs, the court didn't see things his way. After several years of mistrials and delays, it was found that Ira Isaacs was guilty of obscenity. And because of this, Ira Isaacs was sentenced to 4 years in prison. And due to the shabby reporting of a number of websites and the fact that few people actually saw their corrections, this led to a rumor that the
Lolita Radovanović.
Lolita Radovanović.
Lolita. Đure Đaković je 39.
Ovo je Đure Đaković 39, ali ovo su posljedice. Šta je u pitanju? Ej! A brat, to nisi napisao Simo Kostović. Pojma zašto. To je napisao Simo Kostović. Jesus Christ.
Creator of Two Girls, One Cup was actually in jail for making it. In fact, the creator of Two Girls, One Cup is very much free and has never been jailed for his work. Two Girls, One Cup was actually the trailer to a larger film entitled Hungry Bitches. This film was created in Brazil by a director named Marco Antonio Fiorito, and although the film was perfectly legal to distribute inside of Brazil, when it made it to the US, it got on the radar of Bush's task force. And it was on September 5th of 2006 when a criminal complaint was raised against a Brazilian man in Florida named Danilo Simões Crosses. The complaint details a several-year investigation beginning in 2003 into two film distribution companies, Dragon Films and Lexus Media. It describes in detail a film entitled Toilet Man 6, as well as a number of other films all created by Marco Antonio Fiorito. To help the judge along, it also goes on to define terms like scat, bukkake, and fisting. And the complaint ends with a statement implicating Danilo. As noted above, Crochet is identified as the officer, director, treasurer, president for Lexus Multimedia on filings that were submitted to the Florida Secretary of State. In addition, Crochet opened and controlled the bank accounts of Lexus Multimedia and received portions of the proceeds that were made from the sale of videos and downloads by Lexus Multimedia, among other things. And at the request of Danilo's attorney, Marco Antonio Fiorito issued a statement. This statement is the only publicly known record of Fiorito addressing his work. He begins it by discussing his own history. In 1994, I became interested in producing films, and on my own, I learned the art of filmmaking. In 1996, I started a business with my wife, Joelma Brito Fiorito, who used the artistic name Leticia Miller. The business was producing fetish films. At that time, my wife and I did everything. We were the actors, the producers, as well as the filming. Sometimes we hired other people to operate the camera. We made these films to sell. When we started, the only films that we made were about feet fetishes. I placed ads in the local newspapers offering fetish films. The people that were interested called a phone number in the ad, and I told them about the available fetish films. The buyers would place an order, and I would personally deliver the videos to their homes, where I would collect the money for the sale of the videotapes. When the business started making money, we started to hire other actors for the films. He goes on to explain how he eventually partnered with a man named Luis Vilas Boas, who was much more adept at business and helped him grow things. In 1999, I received a call from Luis Vilas Boas, who had seen the newspaper ad and he was interested in knowing more about my business. Luis and I decided to meet personally. We met and I explained to Luis how my business operated. Luis suggested that the business could be on the internet. I did not understand anything about how the business could operate via the internet, so Luis explained and showed me how it would operate on the internet. I found this idea very interesting, and that is when Luis and I began our partnership. The partnership was called Dragon Films. Luis helps Marco grows the business, he begins acquiring URLs, he begins hiring new staff, and that's where Danilo comes into the picture. And this is where it starts to get pretty funny, because Marco did not like Danilo. I have met Danilo. I don't remember exactly when I met him for the first time, but I'm sure it was some years after I started the business with Luis. As I have mentioned before, I am a fetishist and I consider myself a person that is a compulsive fetishist, and therefore I spend a lot of money on fetishism. Luis noticed this licentious behavior. It was at this time that Luis introduced me to Danilo. Our first meeting was at my home in Sao Paulo and Danilo came with Luis. I found out that the reason Luis introduced me to Danilo was to show me that if I could control my addiction, I could be a more successful person financially. When I was introduced to Danilo Croce, I didn't like him. Since that time, I have seen Danilo a few times and always in social events, not ever in any business context. In fact, Marco's dislike for Danilo was so intense that he actually went out of his way to troll him. I always used my name in the fetish films that I produced. Letitia Miller used her name in the fetish films. Many of the actors in the fetish films use fictitious names. I decided, as a joke, to put the name Daniel Cross on a person in the fetish films. When I used the name Danny Cross, I already knew Danilo Croce, and I knew that Daniel Cross is the American way of saying Danilo Croce. So I thought it would be a joke to use the name Danny Cross, representing an influential person participating in my films. Sometime later, Luis told me that he had met Danilo and that he made a comment about his name joke, and that Danilo became very mad because of this. Luis also told me that Danilo requested that his name be removed from all of the films. I didn't do this because I was not worried about the repercussions of this fact, and also because Danny Cross is not Danilo Croce's name. He also commented on the legality of his films. The films that I make are not illegal in Brazil, and I didn't imagine they were illegal in the United States of America. I have already searched the internet, saw many American companies that sell this type of film on the internet, so I didn't imagine these films were illegal in the USA. Nobody ever told me that producing or having this type of film would be illegal in the USA. And because I don't participate in any of the administrative matters of the business, I don't know any of the contact from the American government informing us that these films, or the sale of these films, was considered illegal. If I knew that the sale of these films via the internet was illegal, I would have stopped because the money is not the main reason that I make these films. And finally, he remarked about what's perhaps the most important part. Was the poop real? I have already made fetish movies with scat/feces using chocolate instead of feces. Many actors make scat films, but they don't agree to eat feces. Ultimately, Marco's statement did no favors for Danilo, who was sentenced to 3 years probation and ordered to pay $98,000. And I imagine Marco had a good laugh when he got that news. As for the 2 Girls 1 Cup website, Cajones explains its decline. As mentioned earlier, the site was reaching its peak. The following month, December 12th to January 12th, the site brought in 8 million visits, to then followed by January-February, which brought it 5 million visits. At this point, we had been cut from all revenue sources due to the site nature and were losing money quick. We were barely breaking even for server costs and all the other good stuff. We eventually sold the site in February and washed our hands with it. The new owners did some super shady shit like require a credit card to view the video, which I was totally against for, but there wasn't anything I could have done. And although he could not legally give an exact figure, Cajones stated that it was at least 6 figures he was paid. And thus concludes the 2 Girls 1 Cup story.
This video is sponsored by NordVPN. Seems like half the time I want to stream a movie is just not available in my region. But Nord has over 5,400 servers in 59 different countries, so you can appear to look like you're wherever. Recently I wanted to watch Quentin Tarantino's second most underrated movie, Death Proof, but it's not available where I live. So Nord helped me pretend to be a Canadian, and now I can look at it. And you can do this on all your devices. One account lets you connect up to 6 devices. To get started, go to nordvpn.com/wang. You'll get a 2-year plan at a huge discount plus 4 free months. And it's risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. Just go to nordvpn.com/wang.
There is a lesson that every internet user has to learn sooner or later.
I've been deceived.
Look before you click. And now, the ways we've all learned this lesson have changed a lot over the years. For the latecomers, they basically learned this lesson through things like Rickroll. And in the Windows XP days, you basically just clicked the wrong link and got a ton of viruses. Screamers, that was another one. But the classic way to learn this lesson is through a shock site. Your friend sends you a link on AIM, oh, check out this funny website, and you click it and it's not a funny website. It's something totally nasty and not at all what you were expecting. And there's been a lot of those throughout the years, but before Meat Spin, before Tub Girl, before Lemon Party, there was one site that set the standard. And that's why today I'm going to tell you the story of the great granddaddy of them all. This is the legend of Goatsy. Goatsy is probably the most famous shock website to have ever existed on the internet, and probably the first one that you remember. On the off chance that you don't know what Goatsy.cx was, though, basically you clicked the link and you were treated to the site of a guy bent over with his hands dug way into his ass, stretching it as wide as you could imagine, wider than thought humanly possible. Obviously, I can't show this to you on YouTube. What I can show you is some of the many references people made to it. The site also contained another pic nicknamed The Giver, which depicted a guy with a giant cock, but that image was nowhere near as famous as The Receiver, probably because once you clicked on Goatsy.cx, you didn't really stick around that long. The way most people came across the website was basically like a prank, like a Rickroll where your friend sends you a link in AIM, a message board, email, and you click on it, and then bam, there's a fucking giant asshole in your face. So let's go to the beginning of Goatsy. The site began in 1999 with just the basic giver and receiver images and a counter of how many people had visited the website. In just a few months, the site had received over 300,000 views, which was absolutely ridiculous for the time. However, the counter was eventually reset, possibly accidentally, and then deleted altogether. And from that point on, Goatsy would undergo occasional updates. At one point, both pictures were removed and the site merely read, "What are you doing here?" Although I can't be 100% certain, I think that update might have signaled the beginning of their ongoing legal troubles. And Goatsy did eventually inspire legislation relating to misleading links online. US Code 2252C, misleading words or digital images on the internet. In general, whoever knowingly embeds words or digital images into the source code of a website with the intent to deceive a person into viewing material constituting obscenity shall be fined under this title and imprisoned for not more than 10 years. Whether or not legal threats had anything to do with the images being removed, they were shortly returned, but now with a disclaimer. This site contains content that may be offensive to some audiences and is certainly intended for a mature audience, not to mention one with a good sense of humor. For this reason, the maintainers of this site would like to request that discretion and common sense please be used in sharing the link to this site, especially in the case of posting to a public forum that may be available to minor audiences. Finally, the maintainers cannot, for obvious reasons, be responsible for the actions of third parties. And this disclaimer was quickly changed to a much less professional sounding one. The Goatsy.cx lawyer has informed us that we need a warning. So, if you are under the age of 18 or find this photograph offensive, please don't look at it. Thank you. Of course, by the time you've read this disclaimer, you already got a face full of asshole. As the site's reputation grew, it also began to aggregate links to other weird websites, in particular urinalpoop.com, which I had covered previously on the channel, and dolphinsex.org, which I plan on possibly eventually covering. In 2003, the site was once again updated, this time with the promise of merch. Important note, there are many merchandising attempts for Goatsy.cx around the web. None of them are real. None of them are official. Do not buy this gimmick merchandise. The official Goatsy.cx merchandise is coming soon. This promise, however, would go unfulfilled as Goatsy.cx was removed from the internet in January of 2004. You see, .cx websites belong to an Australian territory named Christmas Island. And it was a resident busybody of Christmas Island named Rhonda Clark who went through the trouble of filing a formal complaint to get Goatsy.cx taken down. Her litany of grievances included numerous posts with embedded links to internet forums and news groups which do not contain warnings of adult or obscene content. I Can Watch United Nations Internet Forum, among others. Links to unlawful obscene content. Site which describes how to have sex with dolphins. A representative of the Christmas Island Internet Administration, Garth Miller, quickly reviewed the complaint. I appreciate that the Christmas Island community takes immense pride in its natural beauty, of which the spinning dolphins are an important part, and note that the links to the Dolphin Sex website would have been highly offensive to the users of the IT Center, particularly children. as the link clearly constitutes a breach of the spirit and letter of the terms of use, which prohibits communication, publication, or distribution either directly or by way of embedded links of images or materials where that communication, publication, or distribution would constitute a criminal offense. As you will note from the attached Nation Master article, Goatsy.cx is a well-known shock site, which is intended, one can assume, to be humorous. Although we have received numerous informal complaints, most have raised objections to the images. Although the images could generally be considered to be offensive and crude, they do not represent child or other forms of illegal pornography. By internet standards, the imagery, although intentionally offensive, is relatively tame. In other words, Garth has seen some shit. The intentional posting of embedded links without useful disclaimer to a site which contains obscene or adult content is a violation of the CIIA AUP and terms of use of our network. Generally, CIIA prefers to work with registrants to cure minor breaches which may have occurred or which they may not be aware of. Registrants are generally given an opportunity to cure a breach before a final decision on an AUP complaint is made. In the case of Goatsy.cx, which contains only 2 prominent links at the bottom of the site, one of which is to the Dolphin Sex site, it is hard to fathom that the registrant was not aware that this would not constitute a violation of the AUP. As noted in the attached article, Goatsy.cx is not a passive website and homepage or the like, but one of the internet's more popular shock sites. It is common practice for many internet trolls and third parties to embed hidden links to the site. There is compelling anecdotal evidence to suggest that most viewers to the site are in some way tricked into viewing it, and there can be no doubt that the object of the site is to offend its viewers, many of which may be minors. The registrant provides advice that he is
Ništa, pričao malo s Peđom, mislim da je možda bio i Milan tu, ali ne bi znao. Ništa nisam.
Je Lozu bi orao?
Da, ne bi ništa znao o njemu.
Je Lozu bi orao, mislim, njega.
Ti ga tako od Milošte krstiš, a?
On je jednom prilikom rekao, kad on dođe u Beograd, pa kad izađemo, kad on se nasmije u Calvin Klein majici i pokaže bijele zube, ima sve da popale na njega, mene nijedno neće ni gledati. Je to sad nešto u glavi podržati do njega Lozu.
Zbilja bjelozubi.
Kada ne pije čovjek viski, da pije viski malo bi mu požutali zubi. Niko nije savršen, tako?
Ne. Naročito ne bjelozubi.
A gdje nam je Nerad?
Nerad je bio tu na bolovanju, čini mi se.
Ha, korona, a?
Da.
Pogledaj onaj link.
Za onu karticu, jesu. Dobro izgleda.
Ne, to je vrhunski, samo što nije... Ovo je prvi put sad da rade, on izbacuje svoju liniju, bez ovih, kako ti objasnim, third partner integration, to su ti stvari ASO, Gigabyte, ASO, zaradnice, razumiješ?
Da, kapiram.
Dobro igara u kući.
A što se tiče igara, niste morali ni da uzimate grafičke kartice, pošto od toga nema ništa.
Misliš da je mrka kapa, a?
Pa priču sam siguran da je mrka kap.
Come on. For the humans!
Uber pun. Robot?
Kako, Cyber?
Cyberpunk 2077.
Ne. Ne interesuje me tematika uopšte. To je to. Znači mora da me zainteresuje nešto bi ga probao. Baš...
Igra onako, socijalno je.
Ne kažem da je loša, ali...
Mislim da je trebalo sačekati 15 godina dok neki virtual reality ne bude
da.
dnevnica i da taj ceo svet se stavi u neko 3D okruženje kroz one naočare i da to... Pričao sam ti jednom, nekako mi je ona serija Altered Carbon.
Gledao sam ja. Znači, fazom, prvo sam bio pročitao knjigu, pa sam onda... Ne znam gde sam našao, kad sam došao iz Crne Gore, iste godine čini mi se da je izašla i ta kao serija. I taj glumac je dosta dobar. Zapravo čitav taj casting je bio dobar i produkcija je bila na visokom nivou. Neke stvari su izmenili logično. Ali okej. Na primjer, umjesto hotelijera, hotelijer bi trebao da podsjeća na ovoga Edgara Allana Poe, znaš. Ali oni su stavili varijantu da... Pomozi mi reći, likom i delom zapravo u knjizi ti je njegov karakter Jimi Hendrix zapravo, znaš. Samo puštam.
Units under attack. They are trying to break through. Our forces are in danger. Our defenses are being attacked. Our buildings are being attacked.
Zanimljivo. Stiga mi je bilo brza pošta, znaš.
Za vas koji pravite prve korake, da uvek nađete put kući.
With so many legends. Well, first of all, we kick it off 2 level ups. We have the card, that is a legendary upgrade. We have the bonus damage right now. Not a big fan of seeing that earlier. I usually like attack speed. I'm aiming for very high record scores, and those are beyond 300k, but as you can see, there is the attack speed. This one is set. At this point, I pretty much just want to stand still, and once there's a bunch of experience around, I will walk there. I'm just saying what's on my mind, what I do when I play, and I'm working on good strategies, and I don't have all the upgrades that you can buy, like for example, the highest chance to get additional offers, rerolls, and things like this are sadly missing, and that's really hurt in this run in particular, but hey, 220k or whatever is in the title, I got the precise number there. I would say that is a very solid number, and you will see a lot of enemies die. Now I decided to not cut this video unless I make a speaking error right now in post-production, you know. So you pretty much see the entire thing. Here, this is not a great start. I actually considered restarting, and then I said, you know what, I'll go for the bonus damage based on HP, and it also slows you down, which, if you don't know, it's really bad. There are enemies that are now faster than you, and they will kill you if you can't kill them, so you need a lot of damage. Here we have a lot of damage. I actually don't know if I go for it. Yeah, I do go for it. I think this put me beyond the 100 threshold. Was it 90 before and now it's... No. I'm actually not sure if that was really worth it. Either way, we get a...
S.W.Frost. Ne se gledam steno. Što je bio na rabatu?
Da, isto.
To je bilo polo proizvodnje ili kako?
Ma da, nešto malo.
Mislim, prepostavljao sam. Tačno je 2 sata. To je bila full proizvodnja, ti ne bi došao do 3, 5, tako nešto.
Da.
Kad je otišao na posao, Milan pretpostavljam...
Kad je otišao?
Oko 12. Milan pretpostavljam da još uvijek radi.
Ma kako ti ne radi?
Ne radi? Šta radi jebe?
Ma dobro. Jel Gardinočki?
Bio je tu malo pre, pričao sa mnom. Ono što se kaže, čojkali smo se. I ode. Pa šol. Ode vidjeli ga ko. Nešto zajebava kiselina ova želudača, ne znam zašto.
Dobar dan. Dobar dan.
Starac i mora.
Evo, već.
Dobar dan.
Da sam ga i umiješao, dobar dan.
Očekuje da mu kažemo nazad. Dobar dan.
Je odubio ona u glavu moj dječić, ne mogu spavati. Ali kad mu sad Ilija i ja uđemo u glavu, ja ću grafički.
Čekaj, ima li hrvatske grafičke?
Nema zajebo. Kažem, kad mu sad ja i Ilija uđemo u glavu i on ja...
Kad mu stiže to, do petka sigurno.
Da. Što ti kažem, kad obojica budemo imali jaču grafičku od njega, ja ne znam kako će on to podnijeti.
Morat će da uzme 30, 90 ili tako nešto.
A TI, ne ovo.
Da. Posebnu hakovan, samo za njegu.
Ovo je ovih 6 igara koje bolje rade na Nvidia, znaš za doktor.
Kojih 6 igara?
Imaš ono, usporedno 3090 Ti protiv 6900 XT. Pa sad tipa, ovih 6 igara bolje radi na Radeonu, ovih 6 bolje radi na Nvidia.
Da. To je tačno.
Ma to isti kurac Gardinočki.
To ti je ta cenovna kategorija, pa sad ti vidi.
To ti je klasa, nema šta. 10, bez obzira što je TI, ne može nikako da bude u klasi sa 6800 i 6800 XT, kao što ne može da bude ni sa 3080. Ali on je već trenirao. Da on ako klopne njegovu 15%, ona radi kao gri.
Da.
Ja mu kažem čovječe,
Može on klopkat kako hoće, to je to.
Evo ti zvoni Viber jebote.
Pam pararam pam pararam pam. Držim napred, ne pomeram se, ovo je normalno za fanšoldan. Kod mene na klijentu registre da sam prošao pored zombija, a tačno znam da sam zapao za njega i da me vraća nazad. Lag. Sjeća pa sam se zapalio pa su izgorali.
To je sve normalno.
Ne, to je ono što se kad se biješ sa AI-em dešava. Zamisli kad se biješ s ljudima što se onda dešava, koja rigta. Gde si ti onda na serveru? Gde je tvoja lokacija? Ne znaš. Koliko si onda desinkovan. Kad radiš PvP. Uop. A ono kad primiš full damage za nikakvu visinu, to ti zato što si zalagovo dok si skočio, a to se redovno dešava. I onda umjesto da primiš možda 15-20 healtha damage-a, 100 ti skine, znaš. To što si lagovo bar sekundu u vazduhu i samo te tresne dole i ko da si pao s Marsa. Jer glupa igra, naravno. I sad radi ko sranje. Da pokrenem single player, to je brano normalno. Nisam ja uopšte uzeo išta. Yes. Nemam para, ne cigara, nemam para, aman. Ne. To nećemo. Da. Nemam para, aman. Opleta je moja sudbina. O, promašio je crveno bord. Impresivno. Kako hečat sve do jednog, ne znam. Ostanem li poludjeću, ne prebije jedno, za tebe svejedno umreću. Šta se mora gledati na YouTube?
Bannings.
People are getting banned for using emotes I don't understand.
Internet mobs.
They want me to be fired. They are upset at me being trans.
Furries.
What's nice about forest creatures is that they'll sort of give you feedback on your scriptures.
Today we'll be looking at the story of a trans deer woman that rocketed to internet infamy. And 2 years later, we're left to wonder if any lessons were learned from one of the biggest controversies in modern gaming history. With the continuous rise of Twitch as a streaming service throughout the 2010s, in the wake of round 2 of the Roaring '20s, the website decided to make an effort to appeal to their community by extending an olive branch. They did this by announcing that they would be tackling the issue of quote-unquote cyberbullying and harassment. It all started in May of 2020 with a blog post, in which Twitch announced the Safety and Advisory Council, made up of 8 experts and streamers who could advise the staff on policy making, with an eye towards safety and inclusiveness of people from all walks of life. The members of this council included anti-bullying ambassadors, popular streamers, and researchers. Selecting a team with these kind of experts in the field seemed like a noble step, to be sure, but to many eagle-eyed people, something stood out about one creator named Ferociously Steph, who was also included. Steph has been a full-time streamer since her debut playing competitive Collegiate Heroes of the Storm in 2016. She was one of the first transgender streamers to ever be partnered on Twitch, and the first to bring a transgender pride flag emote to the platform. Her fight for inclusivity includes creating a competitive team composed entirely of marginalized gamers, and vehemently opposing non-inclusive mechanics such as voice chat. Confused Twitch viewers read this description and began to ask amongst themselves, who exactly is this Ferociously Steph? And why does she apparently hold such a negative view on something as basic to multiplayer gaming as voice chat? It wasn't long before Steph clarified her comments, taking to her own stream to address criticism she had already received.
The only way to have a level playing field at the highest level of play is to not have voice chat, to not have people give up their linguistic profiles. I mean, and maybe you think, you know, if you are a competitive gamer, which a lot of people have been like, Steph, you're not, you clearly know nothing about competitive play. Well, competition, by the way, y'all, competition requires you to get every advantage possible. To become the top 0.01% in any video game, you have to squeeze every amount of advantage you can possibly get. Voice chat is unfair, period.
This proved to be quite controversial, but not nearly as eyebrow-raising as what was probably her most infamous take of all.
It's really not that. I think a lot of you gamers are actually white supremacists. Sorry, just a fact of how I feel.
This proved to be extremely divisive language amongst the gaming community as a whole. And although she was described as a former competitive Heroes of the Storm player, it seemed pretty apparent that not only were her streams not centered on video games like people were led to believe, but also she appeared to not be interested in gaming that much at all. When she was berated by critics in her chat who challenged her controversial opinions, she doubled down.
I said a lot of people with cis white male sounding voices are here telling me that voice chat isn't a problem, and that is a fact. Y'all have voices that aren't marginalized coming in and saying, just mute, it's not an issue, everyone faces harassment. I've heard it all. You're just repeating my like a year ago.
Now, it's important to say that streamers in general had issues with the things that Steph was saying around this time, and it wasn't long before the memes came rolling in. Although the issue of her being trans was certainly used as a weapon in some parts of the internet, with Kiwi Farms issuing a lengthy expose on her, revealing all sorts of personal information as well as her birth name, this was just the start of it. It would soon be discovered that Twitch was putting a person who identified as an animal on the council. This became evident when strange clips appeared of her pretending to be a deer on stream, and even talking about how she would routinely go outside and eat grass as a forest creature would.
In my spare time, I go out to my yard and I trance around and I eat grass and I just watch it because it helps me feel like in tune with my dear self.
One clip in particular on her stream with 1.2 million views shows her getting a quote-unquote scritch while pretending to be a deer in the forest.
What's nice about forest creatures is that they'll sort of give you feedback on your scritches. And they're pretty sensitive to scritches.
Now, if it was just left at a few cringy streaming clips, the community would have probably dispersed after a week or two of jokes. But unfortunately, things would become worse when people began to wonder if abuse of power would be had in the wake of the new role at Twitch. We'll learn more about this after a brief word from our sponsor. One of the biggest problems men have to face when they grow older is losing hair, but luckily there is a solution. Keeps is a subscription service that helps men keep their hair on their head. They offer clinically proven treatments to combat the symptoms of hair loss. How it works is that you will talk to a real doctor that will determine what type of hair loss treatment would work best for you. Then they'll ship it to your house. It's as easy as that. On top of this, Keeps is typically half the cost of pharmacy prices, so there's really no reason not to try it out. It's quite simple. Hair loss stops with Keeps. And to get 50% off your first order, go to keeps.com/GFM or click the link in the description down below. Again, that's keeps.com/GFM. With the internet ablaze with the Twitch Dear Girl jokes, it wasn't long before Steph fought back, which unfortunately made the situation 10 times worse.
And I'm not going anywhere. I have power. They can't take it away from me. And honestly, there are some people that should be afraid of me, and that they are, because I represent moderation and diversity, and I'm gonna come for hurtful, harmful people. If you're a really shitty person, I'm gonna stand up against you.
This statement, perceived by many to be a flex of her newfound power at Twitch, shook many that were indifferent before, with the community fearing she had been given authority to ban Twitch users that she didn't like. This was compounded with the fact that she had proven herself to be willing to ban people even in her own streams for small offenses, such as using emotes that she didn't understand the meaning of.
People are getting banned for using emotes I don't understand, because I don't know their connection or what they mean.
It wasn't long before some of the most prominent streamers started speaking out directly against her.
I think that saying, like, I have power and people should be afraid of me should be an immediate disqualifier for any position on advising or giving opinions on anything.
To many, Ferociously Steph was mad with power, even going as far as rubbing it in everyone's face on her stream.
Just eat them, eat them, eat them whole.
It's important to note at this point, Steph had claimed multiple times that much of what was said about her was taken out of context, implying there was more that she communicated that was left out of the highlight clips. And although reviewing the original footage doesn't seem to reveal much additional meaning behind some of her more controversial points, there are a few lesser known clips where she further clarifies certain things, particularly in regards to voice chat.
I'm not gonna take away voice chat from all of you. I don't have that power. I'm not even advocating for that. What I am advocating for is for people to have less, for games to have more features in place, like pings or prefabricated voice lines that your character says, to help people who don't want to speak, don't want to reveal their linguistic profile, to be able to still compete.
Unfortunately, other controversial statements couldn't be outright dismissed as being out of context. For example, take the tweet where she claimed that she never said what she clearly said about gamers being white supremacists. Many saw this as a deflection of real issues, and simply hiding behind hot-button topics such as racism and transphobia to mask a bad argument. This led to even more controversy, with some in the community stating that allowing Steph to use divisive language against white heterosexual males while claiming to be an advocate for inclusion and acceptance seemed to be a double standard. The public outcry against her was so fierce, it started to pick up national attention. In an interview Steph gave with Newsweek, she stated, "People believe me to be mentally ill for being different. People believe I am a threat to their video game mechanics. People also don't like me for my pride, and they don't like that they have so little power over me." While at face value, having confidence and strong will in the face of online harassment is certainly admirable, many took this as deflecting criticism. One example of this was when YouTuber Vito tweeted, "I cannot believe Newsweek is seriously reporting on the situation without any mention of the crazy things this lady has said. We've actually arrived at, don't make fun of the deer people or you're a bigot. I don't think you're mentally ill because you're different. I think you're mentally ill because you admit to eating grass." Listen, media, I know you love defending everybody, but please don't fall on your sword for a deer woman who says most gamers are white supremacists. I'm terribly annoyed at how many people don't understand how their unnecessary mockery of someone's gender identity completely derails the conversation and reinforces the claims of a harassment campaign. You really think the core issue here is transgenderism? Really? Months later in an interview with streamer Dr. K, Ferociously Steph still seemed to genuinely believe that the criticism was almost entirely about her being a trans woman.
They want me to be fired. They are upset at me being trans. They think I identify as a deer. I don't. I'm a human. I identify as a furry, but that was one of the things. Like generally how I see it, I don't think I said anything wrong, and I'm willing to like challenge that. Like I mean I have some regrets about like my phrasing for some things, but I think my head was in the right place.
With all of this outrage, Twitch had no choice but to make an announcement pertaining to the role that advisory council members would play. The role of the council is to advise, offer perspective, and participate in discussions with our internal teams pertaining to the work we do to keep our community safe and healthy. Council members will not make moderation decisions, nor will they have access to any details on specific moderation cases. They are not Twitch employees, and they do not speak on Twitch's behalf. So despite Steph's assertion that she would have power and the implication that she would be coming after her critics, Twitch made it clear that she had no such influence. Her role was to simply advise the platform on the implementation of policies that would be beneficial to marginalized voices. And with that, Ferociously Steph faded into internet obscurity once again. Since the Twitch Safety Advisory Council was founded 2 years ago, you'd be hard-pressed to find any meaningful impact or role that it's played in shaping the streaming platform's ecosystem. The benefit of hindsight that we have now is that although some of her comments were troubling to many in the community, they were, as Twitch themselves put it, one actor speaking for only herself. So there you have the story of the transgender furry deer Twitch livestream. And with that, I think I'll end the video here. So until next time, thanks for watching.
Advice that he has received legal advice which has recommended he place a warning on his site, yet this warning appears directly above, and in clear view of an image he himself suggests legally requires disclaimer. This being the case, I have asked Brad to suspend the site immediately pending further review and notification of the registrant. There can be no doubt that will be viewed by some as censorship and a restriction of freedom of speech. However, the board has specifically drafted policies which give CIIA latitude to act in the absence of a court order when there is a compelling public interest in doing so, prevent the spread and publication of child pornography or other unlawful activity. The freedom of speech does not extend to use of our community-owned network to facilitate unlawful activity or to intentionally harass or offend internet users. So despite the fact that Goatse.cx couldn't control how other people were using their website, they were still banned. At this point, Goatse.cx was replaced by a message from the Council of Country Code Administrators, or CACA, so Goatse.cx was gone. But its legend had already been cemented. And what of the picture itself? A giant spread asshole doesn't just manifest itself through the power of the internet alone. It had to come from somewhere, and it was Encyclopedia Dramatica that broke the story of the Goatse man's identity. One very persistent internet user spent months and months trawling all the gay erotica and anal-stretching news groups, and eventually located the star of this picture by matching the pattern of mold on his ass. It is with many lulls that ED advises the world that the Goatse guy's real name is Kirk Johnson, and he posts pictures and videos of himself regularly on the news group alt.binaries.erotica.mail.anal. The original Goatse picture was part of a series of many more images that was originally uploaded in 1997. The pictures made their way through news groups, message boards, and eventually styleproject.com before reaching legendary status on Goatse.cx. And throughout the years, there have been many death hoaxes about Kirk Johnson, beginning with a post on somethingoff.com alleging that he died from shoving a volleyball up his ass. However, he's definitely alive, at least as of 2 years ago, keeping an active online presence, posting to his channels on Pornhub and other websites. And like Kirk Johnson himself, Goatse.cx wasn't quite done yet. After Kaka had released the URL back into circulation, it had changed hands many times. Mostly through speculators who realized that there was a lot of money to be made by having a very famous website. But nothing was actually done with it until 2010, when Goatse.cx was set to become an email provider. That's right, you too could have your very own @Goatse.cx email address. And in 2012, an Indiegogo campaign was launched for the service. The campaign raised over 20 grand, but unfortunately, it never actually came to fruition. 2 years later, another video would be released, this time with the promise of Goatse.cx subdomains.
Hi everyone, I'm Kirk Johnson, attorney at law to Goatse.cx. I just got out of a meeting with the Goatse board and I have some very important news to share with you. Goatse is about to undergo its most radical transformation yet. We're making the Goatse.cx domain available to everyone. Soon, you'll be able to have your very own Goatse.cx subdomain to host whatever you want. You really can use your subdomain however you like. You can start a web page to host your favorite images, or host a blog with Tumblr or WordPress, or run an IRC server. You could even host your resume to take your career to a new level. But why stop there? You could make your Goatse subdomain your new corporate presence. The only limits are your imagination and the law. If you want to be informed when Goatse subdomains launches, leave your email in the box below.
As of now, it seems like that hasn't materialized either, which is a damn shame because I would love to have wang.goatse.cx. And in another video that's been deleted and I couldn't seem to dig up, the Goatse lawyer returned, this time to promote Dogecoin and also announce a coming cryptocurrency known as Goatsecoin. But like all the other projects in the past, it seems like Goatsecoin never actually materialized either. And this brings us to the present day. If you visit Goatse.cx now, you'll be greeted by a mostly gray screen with a few small images. One of them being my logo for some reason. Apparently now you could buy pixels on Goatse.cx for Ethereum and put whatever images you want there, so thank you whoever bought ad space on Goatse.cx for me. I feel like you reached out to me at some point and told me you did it, but I don't remember who it was. You're probably watching this video, so please remind me. And considering that whoever it is that actually owns Goatse.cx seems to keep on trying to make more and more projects, I don't think that this is the last we've heard of that site. But as of now, that's it for the Goatse story.
The year's 2008. The Two Girls One Cup phenomenon had already came and went, but as its image faded in the rearview mirror, the internet found itself experiencing a renaissance of online shock videos. It was like the age of Goatsy revisited, but now, with online video becoming so much more accessible, we could take things to the next level. All of a sudden you had stuff like Two Girls, One Finger, Three Guys, One Hammer, and probably, most infamously, One Guy, One Jar, aka One Man, One Jar, aka One Guy, One Cup. A hero who shoved an entire glass jar up his ass and broke it for the world to see. But what happened when he was left, both literally and figuratively, to pick up the pieces? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the story of the Jar Man, Alexei. When I was working on this video, I saw a lot of things that made me actually physically squirm, which, you know, this was with the knowledge that I was working on a One Guy, One Jar video. Even with that in mind, I didn't expect to see a lot of that stuff, and obviously I can't show you any of it, but I'll do my best to describe it as the video goes on. I'm sure that most of you are already familiar with One Guy, One Jar. I mean, it's one of the most requested things for me to make a video about. The story of One Guy, One Jar begins on December 3rd of 2008 on efuck.com. I'm sure a great many of you are already familiar with efuck, but if you're not, allow me to give you the cliff notes of the site. efuck has long been a fixture of the internet, and it remains open to this day. Think of it as kind of the circus of internet porn. You'll find things like porn bloopers, whack gimmick porn, and sometimes really extreme porn. Some examples I saw on the front page while working on this video were Ultimate Porn Moments 9, Super Simp Ruins an Orgy, and a deaf girl that's described as the Helen Keller of casual sex. Pretty much everyone that's been around long enough has a story of the craziest thing they saw on efuck in some form in the past several years. It was on efuck that One Guy, One Cup would first reach the masses.
Ne znam kje si bio tu do pre skoro, a sad nemam pojma da od... Viš? Jevi ga, kasno paljenje imaš, dok ti dođeš si odu.
A morao sam telefonirat, jedlo maj.
Šta ćeš? Posao je, ono jebih predam.
Ne, pošto sad umorio telefoniranja.
Ako dođeš malo kasnije, za 1 sat, bit će vjerojatno tu ljudi.
A vidite, bjelozubi sokla, a?
Pa on je otišao neku seksualnu ekskurziju, prepostavljam. Takav ti on.
Bjelozubi sokla.
Neutaživi seksoman.
Milan zajeban. Da, jes. Obego.
Vratit će se, nemaš ti prvi. Spavac.
Ja.
Je. Što ne odmaraš?
Zovu Dremlin jedno sat vremena, pa ti obavesti orlove ako neko za hunt, neki tu sam za sat.
Dobro, dobro.
Ajde, čujemo.
Važi, pozdrav.
Things I've ever posted. I'm still trying to figure out if this was intentional or what. Any ordinary human being would have said, "Oh fuck," and then proceeded to scream like a gay couple whose marriage just got revoked. This stunner doesn't even make a peep. I don't get it. I'm sure most of you have seen the video by now, but if you haven't, allow me to describe it. A hairy naked man with a heavily lubed up asshole squats over a glass jar. He quickly thrusts down onto it, clenching it with his butt, and then gradually slides the entire 87mm diameter of the glass jar up into his asshole. Like, he literally gets the whole fucking thing in there. And then suddenly, disaster strikes. There's a crack. The jar broke inside of his ass. Blood pours out of him. There is so much blood. And he digs the glass out, piece by piece, not making a sound, and then he just walks out of the frame and that's the end. I'd love to show you a clip, but obviously I can't, but here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna play some of the sounds for you, and you just let your imagination fill in the blanks. This video quickly spreads all over the internet. The eFuck page is getting millions of views. You got sites like One Man, One Jar, and One Guy in One Cup rehosting it. It gets posted to Dig, it gets posted to Reddit, and people are posting reaction videos all over YouTube.
Big ass glass shot came out his anus.
Essentially, we were reliving the glory days of Two Girls, One Cup, but much more extreme. And we were left asking a lot of questions, too. Primarily, who was this man and what happened to him? It seems like, according to most people, he died. There's absolutely no source for that claim, and yet I've heard it so many times. Even when I mentioned to friends and I mentioned on stream that I was working on this video, a lot of people said, "Hey, didn't that guy die?" So, if you go to the IMDb page for One Man Jar, and yes, it does have an IMDb page, and it has a 7.3 out of 10 stars rating. It identifies the man as Alexei Tatarov, not to be confused with MMA legend Oleg Taktarov, who came up a few times when I was searching for Alexei. These searches eventually led me to find an Imager album that supposedly belonged to him. Alex 1303 1969 with the caption, "I'm not gay, just it's funny." This album contains images of him shoving various objects up his stretched anus and inflicting all kinds of penile torture upon himself, such as very tightly constricting it with some kind of tape that almost made it look like the mushroom platforms from the first Mario Brothers game. And there are pictures of him inserting certain objects into it. Sounding is what they call it. Oh, there actually was a picture of him wearing clothes in a suit, sitting cool like AC Slater. Although this very much seemed to be our guy, I mean, how many guys are there going around the internet just shoving big-ass jars up their asses? I had a hard time finding any real proof that this was him other than other people's word of mouth. And pretty much every article or post I came across that claimed that this guy was him had people doubting it. So I did what I had to do. I spent hours digging through archives of this Imager album. And I spent those hours analyzing a Russian man's naked body and his apartment and his furniture. As far as I could tell, the penis seems to match, with the uncircumcised foreskin drooping down, looking like Ren's mouth from Ren and Stimpy. But I'm not confident enough in my dick-spotting prowess to know for sure that this is the same guy. Nor was I confident enough in my ability to discern the feet or the belly rolls. Really, the key was analyzing the man's surroundings. And there's a lot of different rooms we see this man in this album, as well as just wandering the streets of Russia naked. A lot of the rooms in these photos, such as the one with the red carpet, were different enough from the video that they could just be ruled out immediately. And then there was another floor that I saw that was kind of close. I thought it was it at first, but no, it is a little bit different. It's another one. And then finally, after I'm starting to think that I put myself through this ordeal for nothing, I find it. It's not a full image, just a thumbnail for another album that was unfortunately not archived. This means that we can't look at it in its glorious full resolution, but I think the thumbnail has enough clues. Look at the low green baseboard where the wall meets the floor, the cables on the ground, and the edge of what appears to be the same cabinet. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. This means he didn't die, and the man who claims to be the Jar Man is in fact the Jar Man. And in January of 2009, a month after his video started to spread all over the internet, he started to do a little bit of a PR tour. He made contact with the owner of OneGuyIn1Cup.com and sent some pictures that confirmed his identity. Of course, these pictures weren't archived, but they're claimed to contain the pertinent flooring, the plastic bags, and the outlet. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kinda curious what's in those plastic bags, considering they've been sitting there this whole time. He would also go on to make his presence known to a bunch of different online communities and grant some interviews, the most in-depth of which was given to bestgore.com. In the interview, and in the comments section that followed it, Alex answered basically all of the questions that anybody might have. At the time of the interview in 2009, he was a 40-year-old Russian man who worked as a manager in the Ukraine. Although he didn't anticipate the video getting this kind of attention and he had no designs on being famous, he was ecstatic that it got as popular as it did. One of the big mysteries of the video is how he remained quiet through the whole thing. You know, a glass jar just exploded in his ass and he's bleeding all over. Like, you've never seen a guy bleed like this before. You'd expect at least a little... but nothing. A big rumor was that he broke the glass on purpose and he didn't make a sound because he was feeling kind of good there. But he assured Best Gore that this was a complete accident and it did not feel good. Usually what he would do is fill the jars up with water to keep them from breaking like this, but this time he didn't bother and he paid the price. There was also a rumor that he was so quiet because his family was in the other room and he didn't want them to hear. In the comments section of the article, he explained that his wife and 2 sons weren't home. He simply didn't make a sound because he didn't feel like it. In fact, he even went to work an hour later. That is the most Russian shit that I've ever heard in my life. But in any case, he's got a ton of blood pouring out of his glass-filled asshole. Now what? He said he felt like he was gonna pass out for a bit, but he didn't. And he attributed his resilience to his history of donating blood. What a stand-up guy. This means that if you've ever had a blood transfusion somewhere around the Ukraine, there's a chance that you're walking around carrying a little bit of the Jar Man with you. And he also took care of the situation entirely by himself. He didn't go to a doctor because he didn't want to explain what happened to a doctor. He just took out as much of the glass as he could, stuffed himself up with some cotton, and went on life as usual. And in about 2 weeks or so, he was all healed up. And now with all that being said, the burning question is, why? What would compel a man to take a glass jar and just stuff it up his ass? Alex explains, I decided to stretch my anus to the max many years ago. I wanted to be able to fist my own ass, which I eventually managed. The ability to stick your own fist up your rectum definitely offers a variety of sensations that you can't experience otherwise. I must admit that the beginning were rather tough. Until your anal opening is stretched well enough, trying to force large objects through there induces vomiting. As you continue doing it, you eventually get used to it and don't throw up anymore. Then it's pure pleasure. And it doesn't happen all at once. He explained that he started off with glass Coke bottles and worked his way up to that 87mm monster in the video. That jar was his crowning achievement. The interview ends with a brief discussion about how Alex, when he was younger, thought about having a career in porn, but living in the former Soviet Union, it wasn't a real possibility. Although now he was branching off into a few other sites. In particular, OwMyAss.com, which documented Alex cleaning up his bloody asshole the day after, and SexRazor.com, which documents Alex shoving his big razor up his pee hole. Neither of these sites would reach the same acclaim as One Guy, One Jar, but it was never about the fame for Alex. it was about the arc. And that being said, he also shared 2 videos with Best4 that, at that time, had not been seen by anybody else on the internet. One labeled Finger 02 and another labeled Tool 02. Although I don't know what Finger 02 is, I have an idea about what Tool 02 might be. Let's go back to IMDb. You know how Alex was credited on the IMDb page for One Guy, One Jar? Well, you click on his name and he has another credit. One Guy, One Screwdriver. Another video that you're very likely to be familiar with. And if you're not familiar with it at this point, you probably have an idea from the name what it entails. With multiple famous videos like that under his belt, I think it's safe to say that Alex is the undisputed king of the internet shock videos. And in fact, he actually has so many more. See, if you were to look him up on XTube, you would be greeted by an avatar of Alex recreating the famous Goatsy pose. And on his page, there's a veritable smorgasbord of different objects of different sizes getting shoved up different orifices. And it's funny how things come full circle. One of Alex's new fans would come to him with a warning. Please be careful with glass in your ass. You've never seen a video of a jar breaking in a guy's ass? Watch at your own risk. It's my video, pal. Anyway, that's the story of One Guy, One Cup.
In 1995, a new piece of legislature was introduced by Republican Senator Slade Gordon and Democratic Senator James Exum. This piece of legislature would eventually come to be known as the Communications Decency Act of 1996. This act was the very first attempt by the U.S. government to regulate content on the internet. The law would penalize uploaders of sexually explicit, obscene, or most worrisome, indecent content. Critics believe that the nebulous nature of defining things as indecent would be an affront to the First Amendment. They also worried that content that was available legally offline would suddenly be made illegal when it was put online. If made into law, this act would essentially destroy the internet. It was passed by Congress on February 1st, 1996, and then a week later on February 8th, it was signed into law by President Bill Clinton. In protest of these new laws, a software engineer named Thomas E. Dell, under the pseudonym Soylent, created a little website known as Rotten.com. Although thanks to the efforts of the ACLU, the controversial portions of the Communications Decency Act were ruled unconstitutional, Rotten.com remained online for over 20 years as a middle finger to those who would try to censor the internet. This is the story of that website. Several years back, I think in 1996 or 1997, I received an unsolicited email to my old AOL account. This email was advertising a website called Rotten.com, and not yet being the jaded internet user that I would eventually become, I clicked on it. And I'm glad I did, because that site blew my mind. In their own words, Rotten.com was the soft underbelly of the net, eviscerated for all to see. And in their view, they served as a bastion of free speech on the internet. According to their About page, Rotten.com is the internet's preeminent publisher of disturbing, offensive, disgusting, yet extremely compelling content. Founded in 1996 after the enactment of the Communications Decency Act, our mission is to actively demonstrate that censorship of the internet is impractical, unethical, and wrong. While the CDA was ruled unconstitutional in 1997, and similar laws have come and gone, we continue to serve as a haven for free speech of a most controversial nature. But as a kid, I didn't really care about any of that. I just wanted to see the pictures of gore, mangled bodies, strange diseases, stuff that I had previously only ever experienced cinematic, fictional approximation of. I was always a big fan of horror, but this wasn't horror, this was reality. And I've also always been curious about that email I received, because that email address is long gone at this point, but surely other people got it too. But when I asked on Twitter how you first discovered Rotten.com, I didn't receive a single response mentioning that email. The overwhelming majority of you, despite it being a website for adults, heard about it at school from other kids. And in one case, one of your teachers. A lot of you also heard about it from relatives. In particular, a lot of you found out about it from your mothers, which, thinking about how it seems like older women love their investigation discovery murder shows, I wonder if there's like something going on there. But the biggest source of traffic for Rotten.com back in those formative years was pictures of dead celebrities. A lot of people found their way to Rotten.com looking for pictures of Tupac, Chris Farley, Nicole Brown Simpson, and perhaps most infamously, Princess Diana. On September 12, 1997, a few short weeks after Princess Diana's death in a car crash in France, Rotten published a graphic photo purporting to be a picture of Diana at the scene of the crash. Their links spread like wildfire, and Rotten.com made the news. A group called Rotten, which dubs itself an archive of disturbing illustration, had added the photo to its website. It purports to show Diana post-accident. An inset that could be Diana's face appears in the bottom corner of the photo with the caption, "Death of a Princess." It's unclear whether the woman in the car wreck is Diana, and there is no credit line to the picture. While Rotten made a cursory attempt to analyze the possible authenticity of the photo, it didn't stop there. When at such time we receive better accident photos, they will appear at this spot immediately. If you have any, send them, it says on the site. A spokesman for Paris Criminal Police told Reuters today, "This is not a picture of Princess Diana's accident. It's a fake. Rescuers in the picture were not wearing standard French emergency services gear," he added. Also, a 3-digit emergency phone number in the background, 999, was not a French number and appeared to be British. Rotten.com responded by saying that they never claimed the photos were authentic. They also noted that since the coverage began, their traffic skyrocketed. We got swamped. For several months, we were receiving 25,000 visitors per day. After 3 million visitors, Rotten.com underwent a format change, and the number of visitors increased to about 35,000 per day. On September 17th, there were about 50,000 visitors. Yesterday, after the media attention on September 18th, we served 75,000 visitors. But prior to noon today, Rotten had received 50,000 visitors, and the load average on the machine, a Swank 4 processor Spark, was 95. It's normally 1/100 with that. The pictures have been removed for the time being. They have not been censored. There is just not enough bandwidth for us to serve the demand. If you have a T3 and are willing to act as a mirror site to shoulder a bit of this, please let our staff know in order to make arrangements. And at this point, they were still only on their way to their peak as the destination site for content people dare not speak of. It also wouldn't be their only brush with hoaxes. In fact, like Faces of Death, the VHS movie that I would call the spiritual predecessor to Rotten.com, a lot of the content that people remember most vividly was actually fake. Rotten.com actually played a big part in propagating a lot of early internet trolling campaigns and outright hoaxes. And these campaigns often sent the authorities, the media, and legal departments spinning around in circles. A good example of this is the time Rotten.com made trenchcoat.org. On April 20th of 1999, the Columbine High School massacre made history as the deadliest school shooting to date. Early on in the investigation, one of the perpetrator's parents claimed that his son was a member of something called the Trenchcoat Mafia. Although this wound up being a very minor point in the story, it was an easy digestible thing for the media to latch on and create some imagery with. It was also something that was the target of a lot of mockery on the much edgier 1999 internet. But the authorities weren't laughing. Shout out to my friend Pete, who had the cops knock on the door because of the Trenchcoat Mafia in his AOL profile. It was at this time that the creator of Rotten.com made a website called trenchcoat.org. This site, which positioned itself as the official site of the Trenchcoat Mafia, had content such as the Trenchcoat Mafia Manifesto, pictures of Neo from the Matrix in black and white, and at the bottom of the site, there is a link labeled Who to Sue that would send you to the purported owners of the website. When clicked, that link would send you to the website of Burlington Coat Factory. And the Burlington Coat Factory was not pleased. Dear Sir or Madam, it has come to our attention that the above referenced website, which is registered to Soylent Communications, has been using the name Burlington Coat Factory without the consent of Burlington Coat Factory Warehouse Corporation. The website contains a number of tasteless commentaries on the April 20th tragedy that occurred at Columbine High School in Littleton, Colorado. Specifically, the website lists Burlington Coat Factory under the caption, Who to Sue, and provides a link to the company website of Burlington Coat Factory. This unauthorized use of our name and infringement on our trademark is defamatory, libelous, and actionable, and we demand that Soylent Communications immediately remove all references to Burlington Coat Factory from this website. Furthermore, We demand that Soylent Communications immediately provide Burlington Coat Factory with any and all information in its possession regarding any person or entity involved in the development or maintenance of www.trenchcoat.org. We are outraged by this malicious attempt
Jesi ti
to
čaj ili
associate us
tako
with
nešto?
such tragedy. We will not sit idly by and allow.
Pa ti bolje nekako. Mhm. Pa ne zvučiš, zato te pitam. Tako je moj ded ne zvučao na samrti. Oprosti, morao sam da kažem meni.
Allow your website solutions to besmirch our company name and reputation. Be advised that if you do not immediately remove all references to Burlington Coat Factory from the website, we will pursue all legal and equitable remedies available. Soylent complied with their demands and changed trenchcoat.org to a compilation of all the hate mail they had received. And it wasn't just the Burlington Coat Factory that would send them legal threats. In fact, they received so many that they eventually made an entire section just for the legal threats they received. Like the time Pillsbury threatened them over a picture of doughboys being cooked alive. Or the time MasterCard threatened them over parodies of their ads. Or the time Coca-Cola threatened them over a picture of a Coke bottle shoved up someone's ass. All things that realistically should be covered under fair use, but at the same time were things that Soylent had to back down from because he couldn't afford a costly legal battle over single images. But that's not to say that Rotten.com was unwilling to take risks for their purported free speech values. Consider the case of Bonsai Kitten. Bonsai Kitten was a hoax website created by MIT students that purported to teach you how to grow a kitten into the shape of a jar. The website claimed that by placing a kitten into a jar, as it grew, its bones would take the shape of its container and you would eventually have a fancy-shaped adult cat. And although to any reasonable person this would be an obvious hoax, obvious joke website, it fooled a lot of people, and the people it tricked were outraged, and the outraged people managed to get the site taken down from its servers at least 2 times. Eventually, Rotten.com stepped up to the plate and allowed Bonsai Kitten to be hosted on their servers where it had its permanent home. This once again put Rotten.com at odds with the law, however, because eventually the FBI started investigating Bonsai Kitten. But thankfully, the FBI too eventually realized that this was a fake joke website. And Bonsai Kitten continues to fool idiots on the internet to this very day. And Rotten would eventually find itself at the center of free speech controversies once again when new law was proposed known as the Child Online Protection Act, or COPA. After parts of the Communications Decency Act, the very law that inspired Rotten.com's creation, were found to be unconstitutional, COPA was made as a way to try to circumvent those rulings and basically try again. This time, the law would restrict access to content deemed harmful to minors based on contemporary community standards. During the COPA hearings, Donna Rice Hughes, the CEO of a company called Enough is Enough, an organization whose sole purpose is to censor the internet because Think of the Children, directly mentioned Rotten.com as a reason why this law was needed. Once again, this law was initially approved. It wasn't until later on that the Court of Appeals found that contemporary community standards was too broad of a definition, and like the CDA, it was also ruled that COPA was unconstitutional, saving the internet from this sort of fuckery one more time. Of course, not everyone around the world was so lucky. Around the time that COPA was deemed unconstitutional in the US, similar laws were passed in Germany, and as a result of this law, 56 different ISPs had to block access to Rotten.com. Although Rotten.com and its owner Soylent fought the good fight for free speech online for over 20 years, as of 2017, Rotten.com is down. However, according to an interview with theoutline.com, Soylent said that the site's not gone, he's simply having some hardware issues. Although it's not back yet, he said it will eventually return. But the battle for free speech on the internet continues without Rotten.com, perhaps stronger than ever before. Think of the Children has taken on so many new forms, and the gatekeepers of old have lost their power, and they're trying to get it back. In these times, I think something Soylent said in an old interview with Salon.com really highlights the futility of trying to censor the internet. To censor this site, it is necessary to censor medical texts, history texts, evidence rooms, courtrooms, art museums, libraries, and other sources of information vital to the functioning of a free society. Horrors are sprinkled throughout life, and I see no problem with concentrating. If you want, we could go down to the bookstores and find pictures of cadavers for you. It's very easy. It's not possible to write a law to make it impossible to display that stuff, even for minors. It's too much of a slippery slope to take.
It's March 1st of 2013. You wake up in your dorm room at Florida State University's Panama City campus, and at first, it's like any other day in 2013. You're taking a much-needed break from YOLOing, so you send your friend a Harlem Shake video while remarking that it's so laughter. Much wow. Then all of a sudden, it happens. An ancient terror rises from the seas of years gone by. A familiar sound can be heard echoing throughout the hallways. You can't quite make it out, but little by little it becomes louder and clearer. You Spin Me Round by Dead or Alive. Good song, but what's happening? You look back at your 2013 gamer PC, click on your friend's response when you see it. Big floppy ding-dong, spinning in a clockwise motion as its owner gets pounded from underneath repeatedly, over and over again for all eternity. By 2013, it had been years since this website had first reared its face, but so many years later, its memory had still not yet been erased. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the story of Meat Spin. It seems that a lot of you guys' favorite kind of video that I make is about those single surfing shock sites like 2 Girls, 1 Cup, Goatsy, 1 Guy, 1 Jar, and one that gets requested a lot is Meat Spin, the website with a dick spinning in a clock. Did I say spinning? The one with the dick spinning in circular motion while its owner gets fucked up the ass. And it has a counter that goes up every time you watch it repeat. And Meat Spin is a little bit different from a lot of these other shock sites in that it had a lot of different forms from the one you probably know. Spin.gif, the original spinning dick gif, is purported to have originated on the site clerk.org, a site that at first appeared to parody the layout of Goatsy while mirroring a lot of other popular shock sites, and eventually pictures of the owner's food. And in April of 2004, it would make its way to dickcream.com. So, dickcream.com, if you watched my video about the history of YTM, you'll remember that I mentioned that its owner, Max Goldberg, at that period in time, liked to register a lot of different wacky, funny URLs. And after his friend Sean suggested it, he registered dickcream.com. Unfortunately, Sean passed away in early 2004, and this caused Max to think, hey, we have to do something with this world. But he wasn't sure what to actually do with the website, so he gifted it to his other friend, Sode. Sode had some ideas about what to do. Max, I'll give you access to a domain. I don't have anything for dickcream.com. Sode, sweet. I'll just keep making lame flash loops and editing GIFs. They're so raw-horrific. And some have called this website the spiritual predecessor to YTMND. Very little has been archived of dickcream.com because most of the site was in Flash. But some YTMND users did try to recreate things they saw on dickcream.com, like the site made by Curdy B. Later that month, Spin.gif would get one of its first bursts of mainstream popularity on YTMND. In fact, this image was featured on the 7th ever YTMND name, entitled Ride and Spinners. On the site, they used the song Ride and Spinners by 3-6 Mafia, which itself was about spinning rims and featured them prominently in the music video. It also displayed the text, "We ride and spinners, also cocks." And it's debated whether or not it always said also cocks. Personally, I remember also cocks always being there. But either way, just the phrase also cocks became a meme in itself, getting repeated across the internet with and without the same context. It would also lead to a few safe for work variants, like Tetris is right and spinners, Teddy Bears is right and spinners, and Pee-wee is right and spinners. And it was March of 2005, almost a full year later, that meatspin.com was created. And this was where it gained most of its popularity as a site that would trick people into looking. Now with the song Spin Me Round by Dead or Alive and the counter that goes up every time you see it spin, that number goes higher than 45, you get a pop-up that says, "You are now officially gay," smiley face. It's hard to say for sure who the proud owner of the Meatspin world record is, but according to meatspin.cc, a mirror rare site for meat spin. It belongs to a few Irishmen. The world meat spin record is 10,112 spins. Legend states that the record for spins viewed is held by a group of Irish university students in 2009 who recorded themselves sitting through a total of 10,112 spins. It is believed that the team comprised of 4 students working around the clock to ensure they did not miss any spins. Although video evidence was taken on a webcam, the recording was lost. The story has not been verified with evidence. So you got 10,112 spins divided by 45. That's about 222,224. They divide by 4 for each student, and each of them is about 55,506 times a game.
The numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for you as sacrifice.
And it became really common with this site in particular to set people's homepages to it when they weren't looking, to do it at your school, or to go to Best Buy or something and make all the computers have their homepage be Meatspin. And there are a few other variants of the site that popped up. One of them where it had like a little window that popped up and it's bouncing around the screen like that DVD logo when you're trying to click it and more that come up. And there was another version I remembered where it made it look like your computer had a virus, and then it's like it's doing the bar where it fills up as it does a virus scan on your computer. Then all of a sudden, you're staring at the little bar go up, and boom, it's Meatspin right in your face. At some point, a few people got scared that Meatspin contained a virus, and I can't help but think that that theory originates from that version of the site. But here's an example of someone who got scared by it on Yahoo Answers. Is Meatspin a virus? My friend told me to check it out, and hell no ain't. I don't know WTF Meatspin is. Aaron C says, it gay, literally. Don't go unless you like guys. No, it's not a virus. It's just 2 guys having butt sex. Source experience, I got tricked. And in fact, the identity of one of the people featured in the Meatspin video was revealed on the Meatspin.com forums, and yes, there were Meatspin.com forums. Most of the posts on the forums went as you might imagine. You're being shut down. I am reporting you to IPS and your site is being shut down. You may find yourself in court. But in one thread asking about where the clip originated from, it was said that it originated from a Brazilian film entitled T.S. Bitches and starred trans porn star Cristina Bianchini, aka Cristina Bianca. As time went on, Meatspin, like a lot of other shock sites, came and went, faded away to the darkest places of our memory. But the site would have one last hurrah in 2013. It was that year, on March 1st, that Florida State University's Panama campus would endure an attack against its wireless network. An attack that caused all the traffic on the network to redirect to Meatspin.com for a whole 30 minutes. That's a lot of spins. The hacker was very quickly identified as a computer engineering student named Patrick Blowen. Probably not how his name is actually pronounced, but it's how I choose to pronounce his name. Patrick Blowen was subsequently suspended and arrested and charged with felony offenses against computer users, a protected class, I think. Patrick maintained that he didn't specifically choose Meatspin to be the target site, but rather that it was chosen at random by his hacking app. He also claimed that he did this because he was concerned about the network security, and doing this would force the university to fix it, something that they did extremely quickly. What can I say? I guess not all heroes wear capes. In the time since, Meatspin has expired and changed hands many times throughout the years. Sometimes it's porn sites trying to harvest ad revenue, and sometimes it's hub sites that are like, hey guys, prank your enemies with epic shock sites! Can you actually believe that they managed to gentrify Meatspin? Did you ever imagine that in your life you'd be looking back fondly on a big swinging dick and think, ah yes, better times? Once upon a time in 12th century England, there lived a man named Roland. Roland, the court jester, was one of the most beloved subjects of King Henry II, so much so that he was given 30 acres of land and ownership of Hemmingstone Manor. What made Roland so special? Well, you see, once every year on Christmas, Roland, more popularly known as Roland the Farter, would come fart for the king. Flash forward to the year 2008. This was the year that we all became kings, when medieval pleasures were brought to our bedrooms at the push of a button. No need to wait for Christmas. This was the year when our homes became the court to perhaps the most famous fart performance in all of human history. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the story of cakefarts.com. I'm gonna be totally honest, the intro to this video had very little to do with the actual story I'm about to cover. I just thought it was kind of funny that there is a guy who existed in the world with the name Roland the Farter. Although Roland and the star of Cake Farts do have the common ground of being professional farters, one was more for humor and one was more for pleasure. Although of course, in practice, those lines got blurred. The story of Cake Farts begins on July 17th of 2008, when a post was made on the Something Awful forums. A user named Owl of Cream Cheese wrote, "You know what I like the most? Cake Farts," which contained the YouTube link to the infamous Cake Farts video. I'm sure this will get taken down soon, but holy crap, this is the weirdest fetish I have ever seen. I could never have imagined anyone would have the fetish of farting into cakes. Funny it stayed on YouTube so long. I would love to see Cake Farts survive in today's time. But if you've actually never seen Cake Farts, allow me to show you what I can and describe the rest to you. It begins with a simple shot on a very plain chocolate cake on a countertop in an unassuming suburban kitchen. A woman then appears on screen to tell us,
"You know what I like the most? Cake farts."
She then tastes a small bit of the cake as the camera zooms out to reveal that she's not wearing any pants. She then walks around the counter, climbs up on top of it, gets, as she describes it, comfortable, then proceeds to lower herself onto the cake. The following is the audio of the farts. For that particular fart, you can hear it was a very special fart. You could see her asshole puff out like those guys from Airman Stage on Mega Man 2. That right there, that's what the asshole is. And she's not done yet. Roll it. At the end of the video, it looks like she's squatting down, charging up for one last big fart, but it doesn't come. She then gets down on one knee and looks back at her asshole in a state of confusion. And that's where the video ends. Some forum users were unimpressed, while for some others it was the funniest thing they'd ever seen. But one thing was absolutely crystal clear. This video was not going to last on YouTube. Not even in 2008. It needed to be preserved, and more importantly, shared with the rest of the world. Thus, frequent Something Awful contributor Chris Peterson did what he had to do and created cakefarts.com. Under the name The Enigmatic Cake Lord, he created the world's top destination for that specific video, and also its eventual sister site, Pudding Farts. And understand now that at this point, we're already living in a post-Goatsy, post-Two Girls, One Cup, post-Pain Olympics world. Cake Farts is far from shocking for this sort of single-serving site. Cake Farts fell into kind of a new space for this kind of website, not spreading for how shocking it was, but more so just for how absurd the idea was. And it's just a funny fucking video. I mean, she looks at her ass confused. So of course, you've seen these kinds of videos from me before. You know where this goes at this point. Millions of people are sharing the site, so it gets bombarded with traffic, and it becomes a struggle to maintain the website. Reaction videos sprout up on YouTube.
She's kind of ugly. She looks pretty trashy.
And with Cake Farts being a bit more accessible than other videos of its type, you also get some people imitating. Perhaps most famously, Zoe Zane going on the Howard Stern show to fart on a cake for him. You can't really do that with Two Girls, One Cup or the BME Pain Olympics. I mean, you can, but who would? And while all this is going down, the creator of this website, Chris Peterson, finds himself falling further and further down the Cake Farts rabbit hole. In an article written in September of 2008, barely 2 months after the original site went up, he wrote an article on SomethingAwful.com about how the site had begun to affect his life. Chris quickly learned that the Cake Farts video was not a unique standalone piece of art, but rather a gateway into another dimension. Worlds previously unknown. Meanwhile, my inbox flooded. There were cake farting enthusiasts inviting me to their forums. There were fart-born actresses begging me to advertise their wares. Short, downloadable movies with titles like Public Fart Diaries, The Donut Shop 1, and Public Fart Diaries, The Donut Shop 2. I wanted to ask the director what vision he had about farting at the donut shop that wasn't adequately addressed in the first volume, but didn't dare. And shortly after this, he would be contacted by a man that he would come to refer as Cake Fartless Steve. No relation to Wild Steve, at least I don't think. You see, while Chris found himself inundated with messages from all caliber with fart enthusiasts, Cake Fartin' Steve was special. Steve was the great-granddaddy of Cake Fartin'. When the prehistoric fish came out of the ocean and started walking, Steve was that thing for Cake Farting. This message from Steve was his big reveal. If you need more content, I got it. A couple of years ago, I was at a forum, Queen of Farts, and I started posting scripts about women farting on cakes to see people's reaction. I was expecting to see what women would say, but to my surprise, a couple of young, sexy women, Ashley, the one in your video, and Mandy started farting on cakes. I was so turned on, it was unreal, like a dream come true. I ordered that video you posted, by the way, one of my favorites. Cake Farting Steve was the man who manifested this video into existence. He had commissioned porn actress Ashley Aska, who was around the Queen of Farts forums. Her credits included some Spice Channel appearances, Busting Bull Balls Barefoot, and Filthy Frank's Real Amateur. Not that filthy Frank, at least I don't think so, but an even filthier Frank. And at the time Ashley and Cake Fartin' Steve crossed paths, she had been actively seeking commissions. Basically, they met at the right place, right time, and Cake Farts was born. Chris had to know more. Why? What drives a man to have such a specific interest as women farting on cakes? Cake Farting Steve replied with probably the most in-depth explanation of this fetish ever written before, and that probably ever will be written. It makes me aroused thinking that a woman can not only fart in public, which is considered taboo, and not only in the sexual sense, which is considered for most people like night and day, but also farting is usually not associated with being an adult. In this context, a woman will willfully release her gas on food items, which is the ultimate taboo, as bodily fluids and food are further apart as we're being educated since potty training age to abstain from mixing it up. Now to trace it back, I think it dates back to circa 1990. I was at a motel room in Florida when I came across an aging 50-plus actress sitting stark naked on a bed in Vogue Mag. She looked gorgeous. Yes, I do find some mature women really attractive. My mind started wandering, and I was imagining her assistant pulling a prank on her by sneaking behind her with a cake, unbeknownst to her. She happened to need to fart, so naturally, not knowing of the presence of her assistant playing tricks on her, she lets it go all over the cake, assuming she was alone and no one would notice. Of course, she didn't know about the cake. I really didn't know what made it so erotic. Perhaps the voyeuristic and naughty nature of it, the assistant watching her naked, the prank, her being a sexy older actress. I was 18 at the time. God knows why. I was in sexual neverland. Ever since then, I had a fixation pertaining to women breaking rings on cakes. The best part is the fantasize about smashing it in a slave's face and making him eat the fart-infested cake afterwards. Sort of a BDSM-ish twist to it, huh? I'm not a shrink, but I bet Freud would have something to say about cake farting. And the next series of messages is where Chris starts to fly a bit too close to the sun. He starts to come at Cake Farting Steve with hypotheticals about what will and won't work. A scenario in which a woman is shopping in a cake shop and she's trying to hold in her farts, but at some point she just can't hold it in anymore and engulfs the entire cake store in a big fart cloud. Midgets jumping on a woman's belly to force the farts out of her. The scene from Peter Pan where Smee farts. Being held down and forcibly farted on by a dominatrix. Steve enjoyed the store scenario, but he wasn't much a fan of the dominatrix. And at this point, Cake Farting Steve started to ask more questions about Chris, which Chris was not on board with, understandably so. So Chris tries to deflect by asking a question. Do you sniff seats? Do you scratch the seats and hold it up to your nose? Or what do your nostrils do when you do that? As Chris puts it, farting is the window to a man's soul, as de Tocqueville said. And I want to peer into yours and put on a diving suit and wander, slithering through your acrid dreams. But it was the last line of his email that probably sealed the deal for him. Oh, and also, I hope you asphyxiate on your own farts one night with tears streaming from your irritated eyes, and that your last thought is the strange revelation that you are human garbage. Damn, that's actually kinda mean, especially after Cake Fart Steve brought so much joy into the world with that video. And judging by his response, Steve had been pushed past his limit. What the hell, man? Jesus, you sound like Freud, lol. Are you a man or a woman? I'm not that desperate. I don't sniff farts at all in public. I just fantasize about women farting on food, among other things, to get off. Tell me more about yourself. I just watched Ashley's meatball farts. Pretty sexy girl, isn't she? The only way I would tolerate your abuse is if you're a dominatrix woman. If you are, then I will smell your farts. If not, you know where to go. Common, man. I was joking. I like to smell women farts. You're pathetic. That would be the last time the enigmatic Cake Lord would hear from Cake Fart and Steve. However, a few days later, he would receive an email from the FBI issuing a DMCA takedown notice. FBI, cease and desist order immediately. Take down Cake Farts or bear the consequences. I am an undercover agent from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Computer Crimes Unit. I was assigned to investigate whether you were violating the Digital Millennium Copyright Act 1998. I was contacted by the girl in the video who claims you had no permission to use her video in your commercial website. As a result, there is an outstanding cease and desist order against you. Whereas you admitted to me that you are indeed the operator of www.cakefarts.com, and I possess the entire transcripts of our email conversations, we actually have established your identity. Should you continue running your website in violation of the DMCA Act, you will hereby be prosecuted, and the host company be fined. You are warned. Now, I might be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure this is not what the FBI does. It's probably some ambulance-chasing lawyer you gotta depend on for the DMCA thing, you know? So either Cake Fart and Steve was blowing this whole time, or he might be lying. Chris decided to call the FBI's bluff by responding that impersonating a federal agent is a crime punishable by up to 3 years in prison. And that was the last he ever heard from either Cake Fart and Steve or the FBI. Although this correspondence ended on a sour note, I can't help but think Cake Fart and Steve took great joy in knowing how far his video would spread, and how many new cake farting videos were created due to his influence. In a way, it's as if for a period of time, we were all just living inside of Cake Fart and Steve's ass cloud.
Bonsai is the ancient Japanese art of growing miniature trees by keeping them in containers that restrict their growth. Although the art of bonsai is often admired for its incredible aesthetics and its connection to Buddhist tradition, there are those who are troubled by the ethics of stunting the growth of a tree. Growing bonsai is cruel. You stunt their growth. Don't allow the roots to grow. Bind their branches wire, like the feet of Japanese ladies. Okay, cruel? Well, if there's people out there who think bonsai trees are cool, wait till they find out about the bonsai kittens. Bonsai Kitten represents an important moment in internet history, both as one of the fastest spreading memes of the pre-social media era, and as one of the first internet hoaxes that got way bigger than its creators ever expected. It begins on December 20th of 2000 when it was uploaded by a man well-known named Dr. Michael Wong. The intro page describes the guiding principles of Bonsai. For centuries, people in the West have marveled at the delicate beauty produced by Oriental artists and sculptors. From gardening to tattooing to dancing martial arts, these craftsmen have enthralled us with complex forms and simplistic perfection. One of the most fascinating of visual techniques to emerge from this highly cultured region is the Oriental art of miniature sculpture. Who has not been stricken with the expressive grace of Japanese bonsai? Though once the sole province of bonsai masters within Japan, bonsai plants have been available to fortunate consumers throughout the world for some time. With this in mind, we are proud to now offer to you the animal complement of this art form, the bonsai kitten. Central principles. A bonsai plant, along with its more widely encountered counterpart, the topiary garden, achieves its miniature yet mature form through a long and delicate process of trimming during the formative years of the tree. It is not possible to trim a kitten. However, fortunately, the Oriental artists of yore were also expert in the modification of animal forms. Both foot binding and head binding were practiced in the Far East for the purpose of miniaturizing the feet and shaping the head into attractive shapes. This technique is also the principle behind the well-known corset, which is regaining popularity in recent years. By physically constraining the growth of a developing living thing, it can be directed to take the shape of the vessel that constrains it. Just as a topiary gardener produces bushes that take the forms of animals or any other thing, you no longer need be satisfied with a house pet having the same mundane shape as all other members of its species. With Bonsai Kitten, a world of variation awaits you, limited only by your own imagination. It then gives you the process about how you can make your very own Bonsai Kitten. Method. At only a few weeks of age, a kitten's bones have not yet hardened and become osseous. They are extremely soft and springy. In fact, if you take a week-old kitten and throw it to the floor, it will actually bounce. We do not recommend that you try this at home. The kitten may bounce under the furniture and be difficult to retrieve, as well as covered in unsightly household dust. However, the flexibility of the kitten's skeleton means that if the bones are gently warped at this early age, they can be molded into any desired shape. At Bonsai Kitten, we achieve this by placing the kitten into a rigid vessel soon after birth, and allowing the young cat to grow out its formative time entirely within this container. The kitten essentially grows into the shape of the vessel. Once the cat is fully developed, it is removed, or the vessel broken to remove it, producing the lovable, furry pet you've always wanted, but it remains in the shape you've always dreamed of. There is virtually no limit to the eventual shape of your pet. This process, of course, would not actually work. The cat would very quickly die before it became any kind of square or jar shape or anything like that. But of course, this is the internet, so that didn't stop people from falling for it, and what really sealed the deal was the gallery of 100% really real images of real bonsai kittens. And this site spread extremely quickly in a very short amount of time, primarily because 2 days later, on December 22nd, it was featured as Cool.com's cool site of the day. Once it hit that site, the traffic to Bonsai Kitten exploded, and also, you know, despite the fact that Cool.com is named Cool.com and its feature was the cool site of the day, it was just a bit too much for their viewers, and they started to get a ton of backlash. It doesn't matter that the site was obviously fake as fuck to anyone with 2 brain cells to rub together. They caved to the pressure and removed it. But the site itself remained up, causing more outcry, and eventually the Humane Society of America got involved. In response to the many complaints we received, the HSUS investigated the origin of the site. We found that the original host of the site was the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, and that the name and address under which the site is registered, Dr. Michael Wong in New York, is false information. The site was reportedly created by students at MIT as a joke among friends. Encouraged by all the negative attention, the student cited his right to free speech in an attempt to keep the site up and running. MIT was supportive of the concerns of animal organizations and citizens who complained about the site and cooperated to the fullest extent allowed by the law in removing the site, which they did on December 22nd. Shortly after its removal from MIT servers, however, Bonsai Kitten would quickly return on another web host, and a bunch of people still convinced that Bonsai Kitten was real started an email campaign. To anyone with love and respect for life, in New York there is a Japanese who sells Bonsai Kittens. Sounds like fun, huh? Not. These animals are squeezed into a bottle. Their urine and feces are removed through probes. They feed them with a kind of tube. They feed them chemicals to keep their bones soft and flexible, so the kittens grow into the shape of the bottle. The animals will stay there as long as they live. They can't walk or move or wash themselves. Bonsai kittens are becoming a fashion in New York and Asia. See this horror at bonsaikitten.com. Please sign this email in protest against these tortures. If you receive an email with over 500 names, please send a copy to anacheka@hotmail.com. From there, this protest will be sent to USA and Mexican animal protection organizations. And as the email campaign grew, the Humane Society would once again jump into action. In mid-January, we began receiving complaints about the site research.
S.W.Frost 1 said, restart